I loved something that couldn't love me back. It only knew how to imitate me. I met Violet Mirage when the city I lived in at the time was becoming hyper-developed and increasingly modernized. I first noticed it when the McDonald's in the city installed those touchscreen kiosks. I remember trying it one day after work, not because I was hungry, but because I was curious. I was like an old man trying to type in his password, sluggishly moving his finger along because the font was too large and I was forgetting my password. I don't know why, but the installment of these touchscreen kiosks in McDonald's made the skyscrapers outside seem taller and the streets below deeper. The bright blue sky was receding from the earth, being pushed away by the growing buildings. These were the portraits in the gallery as the earth shrank into hell. Touchscreen kiosks in McDonald's. Neon lights began overcompensating for the loss of enthusiasm from the sky, and all I can compare what my city became to is Seoul or Tokyo. The sidewalks were asphyxiated by advertisements. The street lights were no longer calm yellow, but surgical white, attempts to be brighter than the sun. It was on a rainy day in the city when the McDonald's touchscreens were broken. Her voice came from behind me. "Have you used it before?" It was the delicate whisper that made me regress in age. I was a quiet kid in school again, and it felt like everyone in McDonald's should have been napping. I turned around. Her eyes were brown, like cherries, so dark that they seemed more brown than red. She had the slightest tan to her skin, not from the sun, but from whatever Mediterranean ethnicity she was. Greek, maybe. Sicily. All those centuries, just to end up being a woman in the city. She was in a white nurse's uniform, with the red circle and white cross on it, marking her and making her look like a parody, more than the real thing. Her hair had obviously been dyed blonde, so I noticed the dirt color at the root. She smiled. "Couple of times," I answered, in a shy chuckle. "What's the matter?" She moped, and I felt as if she was about to do a medical exam on me, right there. I tapped the touchscreen over and over again, pressing my finger on an unresponsive square. "I think it's frozen." She bit her lip. You really only want a cheeseburger, huh?" I looked and saw that that was the option I had been fervently pressing. "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do." "Here," she said, stepping past me. "Let me help. I'm good with technology." I watched the touchscreen respond to her touch. "We're gonna get you 2 cheeseburgers today. I only want the one, because I'm going to eat with you," she said, twirling around when the order was complete. "That was fast," I marveled. She waggled a finger at me teasingly. "I told you, I'm good with technology." We waited for our order, got it, and sat down by the window. The dreary city outside the rain-flecked window, our only real backdrop. "We use tablets at the hospital," she explained while we ate. "Sometimes I have to check in some of the older patients when they come in." "So, I'm like them?" I asked. "No," she almost giggled. She chewed and swallowed, becoming suddenly thoughtful. "It's all online. It's easier that way. The older people don't get it, but one day we'll be as old as them, and everyone will understand." "I never thought about it like that," I said. "See, like this touchscreen thing," she said. "They already have the technology. They're just implementing it slowly so everyone gets the hang of it. We grow together. We update together. I think I'm behind on a few updates." "I'll catch you up," she said. "I'm Violet, by the way. Violet Mirage." We shook hands over the McDonald's table that separated us as a car whizzed by outside, splashing rainwater against the window like rice being sprinkled at newlyweds. "I got to admit," she said, nodding to herself, "you have that grandpa vibe. What kind of phone do you have?" iPhone 5. What about you?" I asked out of politeness. 15. That's the newest? No, 16 is. Oh, look who's old now. Stop it, she said with a smile. My smile wasn't as... what's the word? My smile wasn't as exuberant as hers. Being a nurse, I assumed that she went to some kind of college, and the college years were fresh in her eyes and even fresher in her smile. It made it hard to believe it was raining outside in the city. We walked outside together. I wish I had an umbrella for you, I said, above the sound of the tap-dancing rain. Oh, what a gentleman. We walked closer to the buildings than the street, the rain being colored from all the lights of the billboards and the signs. When you have a tech-savvy, exuberant, and personable woman practically on your arm, well, the world feels different in a city becoming so different from what you're used to. We went through the human ritual of small talk. Where'd you go to school? Where are you from? Favorite childhood memories, usually accompanied by a laugh. A pause, and then a proclamation of some not yet granted wish. It was the kind of easy conversation that makes the walk slower, so the walk lasts longer. And I thought I noticed Violet being possessed by a kind of cruise control, matching my languid speed. She did so perfectly, but I was encouraged enough with her voice and her college party eyes to notice her consciously. We were in my apartment's kitchen a month later. "They are easy to make," Violet shrieked with laughter as I hugged her from behind in a playful tackle. But no matter how much I jostled her in play, she didn't drop the packet of instant mashed potatoes. "You're trying to poison me," I joked, still not letting go of her. "It's cheaper than potatoes," she laughed. "I already have a pot of water on." "Water?" I let her go. "Yes, did you read the directions on the packet?" she asked sassily, her college party eyes flaring. "I'm not reading that blasphemy. My great-great-grandmother was Irish. I want real potatoes." "Well, the real potatoes are left behind in Ireland." She opened up a packet and poured a beige dust into one of the pots on the stove. "This is the real American potato now. But it's fake. We met at McDonald's," she reminded me. I didn't need to say her humor was perfect. My silence said it for me. She did have a point. The more I wondered, the more I noticed the cardboard garlic aroma coming from the pot. "And think of all this time you're saving," she said, crumpling up the empty packet and throwing it out. It had taken her a while to remember that my garbage can was in the cabinet under the counter, but she knew it now. They don't call them instant mashed potatoes for nothing. Just a few minutes later, Violet was airplaning the spoon into my mouth and watching my reaction as I tasted it. Taste was all I had to do. I didn't even have to chew. It melted straight into my throat, and it was pretty good. But everything culminated that night in a kiss so savory that we might as well have been having Michelin star potatoes. That was what she was good at, kissing me. I admit the memory chills me. Instant goosebumps. We moved into the suburbs a year later when Violet left the nursing field because of the stress of her schedules and workloads. She got a job as a receptionist for a dentist in the city. We could afford it, though, because I got promoted at work. We got a mortgage on a house on a street called Sprawl Street, which wasn't too far away from the city we met in. All the houses on Sprawl Street were the same, suburban, middle-class paradise purgatory. But because we were so excited about having our own home, Sprawl Street was more than heaven. It was the finish line of the American dream. I'm humble in my excitement, but she took mine and amplified it in hers. Her college party intensified. Her smile intensified so much that her eyes had come into a squint, for she couldn't handle the shine of the happiness of our new house. We have a real house. "Can we have real potatoes now?" I asked after her as I twirled around inside our empty living room. She hesitated before musing. "I like the taste of instant potatoes." "But have you ever had real mashed potatoes?" peeled them, boiled them, waited and waited for them to get soft, mashed it yourself, and put in all the ingredients? It probably doesn't taste as good as instant, she moped, and because I loved her, I forfeited my potato campaign. All right, I said, you got me hooked. And besides, baby, you can mess up mashed potatoes somehow. You can overcook them and leave them in the water too long and they become soupy. You can undercook them and they become chunky. But that instant potato is just right every time. Tastes good. Pretty consistent. Can't mess it up. I mulled it over. Our house will smell like instant potatoes then, I said. And that smell smells like garlic-infused cardboard. Fake, but it tastes good. Was that really so different? Our house on Sprawl Street slowly came into itself, filling with furniture and decor. At first, it was similar to us spending the night in my apartment in the city, like we used to. But something changed. Violet began to become what I can only call homesick. It appeared in her face and manifested itself in the strangest ways. She glitched. I was thinking about the city, she said, and how the rain used to sink down from the buildings. She was saying one night while leaning on the granite island of our kitchenette on Sprawl Street. The kitchen was white, contemporary, fluorescent. I was, believe it or not, making dinner and tending to a pot of instant mashed potatoes on the stove. There was a roast and green bean casserole in the oven. Well, you still work in the city, don't you? I said, which she responded to. But I don't sleep in it. I don't wake up in it. It doesn't go to bed with me. I'm not a part of it anymore. I just so happened to look over my shoulder after she said this, and I saw her glitch for the most fleeting of moments. It was as if the human body was made of billions of thin Jenga blocks, and for a moment, one of hers was pushed back out and in. Instantly, the rogue layer of her pushed itself back in. I pretended not to notice it because she seemed not to notice it herself. I did let my voice meander a bit. Honey, are you feeling okay? Her voice pepped up. Honey, I'm fine. Why don't we go into the city more often? Find something to do in it. Make a day of it. I think, she said, that would be good. The days went on. I got a cold, but she didn't, and the precautions I took to keep her from catching it worked. She dyed her hair back to brown, and then to platinum purple, a weird kind of color. Maybe it was because we had a bigger closet on Sprawl Street, but I thought her wardrobe was growing. We were growing into Sprawl Street. I kept our lawn the same as everybody else's. We made friends with our neighbors. How could we not? Our houses were exactly the same. And, like most young couples, we fell back in love whenever we re-entered our house. We recreationally went into the city on weekends. Her college party eyes lit up as if someone turned on the brightness outside her while we were in the city. I accompanied her on shopping expeditions. She clung to my arm when we crossed the street. We watched them apply a giant black screen in front of a mural, the black screen being one of the billboards that rotate through advertisements. She never glitched when we were in the city, but her brightness auto-corrected itself when we got home. What I thought had been a one-time thing became reoccurring, and it never happened when we were in the city. She was on the couch the second time it happened. It happened in her neck. A thin layer of her figure was pushed out and back in again. She hadn't even noticed, but I did. The third time it happened was after a shower. Her hair was back to brunette, and she was tying it in front of the bathroom mirror with a towel wrapped around her. I just so happened to be crossing the hall when I noticed. Hi, honey, she said, turning and looking away from the mirror to smile at me. A layer came out in front of her neck, and another did the same at her waist. When did I know that her love was artificial? It happened gradually, Denial made it difficult. I started asking her questions of the soul while we were lying in bed. "Why do you think we're here?" She turned her head on her pillow. "Why we're here?" she asked, mulling over the question. "You wanted to buy a house of your own." "No, I mean alive, living, breathing, existing." "Well," she said, turning her head away, "it's what you make of it." "But what do you make of it? What's your opinion?" "There's no known answer, so I guess I just don't have one. It's not something I think about," she said, and glitched, a layer of her existence jetting out at me and quickly repairing itself. Out of curiosity, I went to my phone and asked OpenAI the same question I'd asked her. To make a long story short, OpenAI said not the exact same thing as her, but something similar. It gave me a long paragraph of philosophical garble about how many people have so many theoretical ideas, but there's no absolute answer. I asked it to summarize the answer, and its answer was that life is what you make of it. Of course, a human would probably say the same thing, but was her answer and OpenAI's answer similar for a reason or just coincidence? That night, when she got home from work and told me that she was researching new job opportunities, I held her. We were standing in the center of it, and I just held her and wished she was real. "Honey," she asked me, while gently swaying, "is everything all right?" "Yeah," I lied like her. I caressed her arm. Her skin felt real. Her skin felt so real. I took a deep breath and decided not to lie, but embellish the truth. "I just had a dream that you weren't real." "Not real?" she said. "That's silly." I pinched her arm. "Ow!" "Just checking." "Honey," I said, jumping into the house after work. Violet was upstairs in the kitchen when I came up. She had her laptop open on the granite island, probably surfing indeed. "We're going on vacation." "We are?" she asked. I whipped the travel brochure out of my pocket and let it frisbee onto the island. She looked at the picture, the Golden Gate Bridge on the cover, and meekly said, "California?" "What do you say? Even better, I'm renting a convertible so we can drive the Pacific Coast Highway." My excitement was a little artificial. I was more nervous than anything. Because she only glitched outside the city, I wondered how much she would glitch when we were all the way in California. I know it's crazy, but part of me was still convinced that she was real, that she was just as human as I was. She was sweet, she loved me, but the love was hollow, and it wasn't love. I knew this in a subconscious level, and it was something that wouldn't be unlocked to the courtroom of my consciousness until afterward. Violet was back to blonde now. She was wearing a yellow dress. She'd been glitching the whole entire trip. Even her voice had a delay to it. She looked worried, and once again, the brightness was down in her college party eyes. Her lagging got progressively worse the further away we got from the city, and the closer we got to California. It was when we were cruising on the highway on the side of a cliff when she showed me the new emotions that she had learned, dread and revelation in her college party eyes. It was that sobering moment when you realized that you were too far gone but had a full red Solo cup. It was the moment you remembered that you have an exam tomorrow that you haven't studied for. It was the moment of betrayal you feel when you realize someone knew your deepest, darkest secrets and they were going to use it against you. All that was in her eyes as we cruised. I was wearing sunglasses to keep out the bright California sun. I wonder if she could see herself and what was happening to her in the reflection of my sunglasses. How juxtaposed it was, the turquoise Pacific behind her as she parted her lips. The view was so beautiful. The Pacific Ocean might have actually been the deity that invented the word breathtaking. But Violet's reaction, the way she stared at me, the realization in her eyes, it made the crystal clear water and the emerald broom's edge down the base of the cake almost apocalyptic. And that was just how she looked at me as she started glitching for the final time, like the apocalypse was upon us. Her face flickered in and out of existence, never ruining her beauty as it came back. Her neck started doing the in and out of place layer thing, and her ears fell and came back up as if confused on where ears were supposed to be. The convertible was moving as smoothly as a spaceship, no gravity to bother us. We were cruising. The wind was roaring, and she was coming apart like paper, the layers zapping back and forth. Finally, she vanished. Connection was lost. The seatbelt that had been over her slung back into place. All there was to look at now was the Pacific Ocean. I felt free, but I knew that the face she made in the final moments had been imprinted onto the touchscreen of my mind. She was gone, and all I had to do now was drive as nature roared triumphantly at me. There were rumors going around about some abandoned old silo that had loomed over the woods. The woods were located in the middle of a field, or just dirt alongside the railroad tracks. Not like anyone cared. It's an eerie sight with just, sitting there looming over the woods with rust trailing down the sides. Anyway, some rumored it to be haunted by some old farmer who hung himself in the silo and takes his revenge on anyone who enters. I say this rumor is complete BS, especially when the ones spreading the rumors try to back up their rumors with the story of some stupid kids who were curious and went into the silo, never to come back again. Others say that the silo is just a good hangout spot where people would never find them. So, with both positive and negative comments, my geek band of friends and I decided to check it out. We decided to enhance the creepiness by choosing to visit the silo on a gloomy, cloudy day. So the day came, and my friends, Pete, Meg, and Wes, met at my house, since it was alongside the railway. We walked along the railway, talking and laughing, having ourselves a great time, until we saw it. The silo was, of course, just sitting there, looming tall over the trees. Curious, we walked towards it as our laughter, along with our talking, died down. The closer we got to it, the colder it felt, as if there was some sort of cold, dark aura radiating from it, sending shivers down our spines. Wes even let out a small little yelp. We paced around the circumference of the silo, looking for an entrance of some sort. We ended up finding a ladder leading up into it. The rungs of the ladder were also handles to open hatches all along the side of the structure. All were locked, except for one, though it was stuck, so we had Pete climb up and open the hatch, and within a few minutes we were inside the silo, standing on the hay left in there. In the center there was a large hole, deep in the hay. It was dark, but you could hear a steady flow of air coming from the bottom. Oddly enough, there was a rope descending into the hole. Since I was the only one smart enough to actually be prepared for this, I took out my flashlight. Holding the flashlight in my mouth, I began to descend. I dropped to the bottom and scanned the small area. Everything seemed safe as I looked up at the scattered hay, dirt, and other peculiar hatches. I beckoned the others to come down. As they descended, my eye had caught something covering the rope. The color was red. I hid my panic as I showed the others the hatch I found. Pete opened it, revealing a dark hole. Now, the screwed up thing was that it reeked of death. Others had sensed it too, of course. Wes had whimpered like a little girl. Meg ended up gaining the courage to take my flashlight and go first into the hole. We followed her as we walked through the dark tunnel for about 10 to 15 minutes, until Meg had told us that we'd reached the hatch, and she opened it. A bright light had filled the tunnel, and that's when we heard it. A piercing shriek, followed by the sound of something running, panting hard, in a desperate attempt to avoid the creature that had made that horrific shriek. We ran. Once we were out of the tunnel, we slammed the hatch shut, attempting to lock it. The sound had stopped, and breathing a sigh of relief, all of us had observed our current surroundings. We were in a concrete block, which appeared to be an old septic tank, but with an opening at the top, and through that opening, we could see the forest above. We began to climb out, and then it happened. Again, we heard that damn sound. Wes wasn't even out of the hole yet. Poor Wes. The creature slammed through the hatch, and a sharp, clawed hand reached out and grabbed Wes by the leg, pulling him into the tunnel. We heard his terrified screams, and then suddenly, it stopped. We heard the sharp snapping of bones and the tearing of flesh. The rest of us were frozen in shock. The sound of Wes being killed was revolting. Meg ended up vomiting at the sound. After that, we tried to find our way out of the thicket. We searched for a way for at least an hour, but we concluded that the forest had enclosed the large perimeter of barbed wire fencing. We panicked, having no idea what we should do, and also realizing that the thing comes out in the dark of night, and night was coming on fast. In a desperate panic, Meg climbed high into a tree, hoping things wouldn't be able to get her. Pete found a small hole in the ground to hide in. Bad idea. Again, we heard the shriek, and I watched the thing climb out of its home. In my panic, I quickly climbed up a tree and watched Pete sitting in the hole. I also, to my regret, had got a better look at the creature we were facing. It was the most grotesque thing I'd ever seen. Its face was mask-like, pale white against dark skin. The face seemed to only have 2 dark holes where its eyes should be, and a large smile stretching across its face. After a few moments of observation, I soon noticed that it was a mask. A mask made out of Wes's skin. I was scared shitless at this point, and was watching as the thing crawled toward Pete. I sat in the tree and watched Pete run in fear, but there was nowhere to go, and the thing caught up to him instantly. It shoved both hands through Pete's chest and tore him apart with ease. Its chest opened up to reveal bloody tendrils that wrapped around Pete's head, tearing it off from his mutilated corpse, slowly pulling it into the empty cavity before sealing shut. The skinned face of Wes was disintegrating quickly, replaced with a mask made from Pete with the same hollowed eyes and screwed up smile. Then it spoke in a soft, raspy voice. "I am the Pocket." It proceeded to crawl back into its dwelling. From the other tree, I heard Meg crying. I beckoned for her to climb down as I climbed down myself, and told her we were getting the hell out of this place alive. Hesitantly, she climbed down, and I went up to the barbed wire fence and gripped the sharp wire, spreading it wide enough for someone to climb through. My hands bled out, but I ignored them as Meg climbed through the opening. Again, the Pocket shrieked, and in my panic, I hastily crawled through the opening and cut myself up pretty badly. Bleeding, I ran with Meg and ignored the pain, running until we had reached civilization once again. That was 10 years ago. Meg and I were happily married. I say were for a reason. Same reason why I'm telling you this story today. Meg is dead. She died a horrible death. It was so horrible. The police were called to the scene after a couple going for a walk through the woods found her mutilated headless corpse lying at the edge. When I say the word edge, that means that it was as far from the barbed wire fence as you could get. This can only mean that the pocket is free from its prison. It's free, and it's coming straight for me. I know it is. This is horrible. Right now, I'm looking at our marriage pictures, trying to calm myself down with happy memories. It didn't help, because in the reflection of the glass, I saw a face slowly coming towards me. It's Meg's face, only it's eyeless, and it's got that damn terrifying smile. The pocket, it's here. It's come to take me. I feel its hands piercing through my chest. At this moment, I realize its primitive motive. It killed to free people from the hell that now exists in this world, and I earned the privilege to be freed. I smiled. He was the sweetest child in the world. There was no doubt about it. The moment he was born, people gathered around the nursery, pointing at his sleeping form and crooning, "What gorgeous hair! What beautiful lips! What adorable chubby cheeks!" Fathers ignored their own newborn children in favor of that tiny, perfect baby. Mothers toddled to the glass and pressed their tired faces against it, crying for their poor fortune. How much better a life would be if that was their child. The nurse that delivered him was amazed when she first held him in her arms. His skin was creamy and white, not that mottled pink every other baby sported. At first, she thought he was dead, his eyes shut and his dark brown curls matted against his skull. As soon as she held him, however, she knew that he was just fine. He opened his eyes and looked at her with all the intelligence of an adult, breathing calmly and wrapping his tiny infant fingers around a loose strand of her blonde hair. He never cried, not once, and his mother worried from her bed, sitting up and crying out at the nurses that so lovingly cradled her child. "My baby, what's wrong with him?" Her voice was weak, her eyes fluttered as she exhaustedly fumbled at the bed sheets that she was swaddled in. The nurse glared at her over this perfect baby's head and snapped at the woman. There was nothing wrong with the child. There would never be anything wrong with this child. Reluctantly, the nurse snipped the child's umbilical cord and set him gently in the nursery, lovingly kissing his head and promising that she would come back for him. Later that night, the nurse quietly tiptoed back into the mother's room, a hospital-issue pillow clutched calmly in her hands. She smothered the mother, silently and cleanly, with no one the wiser. The child would be hers, no matter what she had to do for it. She would kill 1,000 women to get her hands on that lovely little boy. Swiftly, she crept back into the nursery, bending over the tiny crib that held her angel. Crooning, she told the baby boy's stories of how she would love him as he grew, and how well taken care of he would be. The nurse didn't even hear the man sliding into the nursery behind her, a scalpel held firmly in his left hand. She didn't feel the cold blade slide delicately across her slender throat. She didn't feel the two sides of her skin part cleanly when so gently coaxed by that clean blade, nor did she feel the slick gush of blood out of her neck as she happily died, her fingertips gently caressing the child's gorgeous face, even in the last throes of death. The man who had so proficiently murdered the nurse stepped over her dying body, a look of absolute adoration plastered on his face. Without a word, he picked up the child and stole out of the hospital. Behind him, every nurse and doctor in the maternity ward went insane looking for the child. It was a serene summer night outside, warm enough for the man to carry the baby back to his apartment, leaving his car and his very pregnant wife back at the hospital he had so deftly escaped from. When he arrived back at his apartment, he did not sleep. Instead, he sat the tiny, beautiful boy on his bed and just watched him. For 14 days, he watched the child, only moving to feed it and bathe it and give it all the care it needed and more. The baby was the center of his universe. Soon his wife came home, with a mouthful of angry words to toss at her neglectful husband, and a tiny baby of her own to care for. "You left me alone at a hospital to have a baby all of your own? Not a word from you? I thought you were dead, Adam." She threw her purse furiously at her husband, who had yet to even look at her. The baby in the stroller she had been so lovingly attentive to before opening the door was left back at the entrance to the apartment, the child inside it woken by its mother's piercing shriek. When the mother walked up to kick the man she so violently and suddenly despised, she laid eyes on the most perfect child that she had ever seen. It was a tiny, glowing white child with huge black eyes and the most flawless dark curls on the face of the earth. Without hesitation, she leapt towards her weakened, starving husband and choked the last bit of life from him. She was desperate to lay her lips against the child, watching as her husband's face turned increasingly blue and frantic the tighter she pulled her fingers around his neck. Moments later, she was on the bed, wrapped as tightly around the darling baby as she could be without harming it. She drank in its warmth, ignoring the increasingly distressed cries of her own child. Soon, irritated beyond belief by her own incredibly flawed child's cries for affection, she took her aggression out on it. Leaping up from the bed as quickly as she could, not wanting to be away from the vision of beauty sleeping serenely on her bed for too long, she picked up her child with one hand, slamming it fiercely against the wall of the apartment until its head was a mashed mess of blood, bone, and brain bubbling out, dirtying her hands. The police came knocking on the apartment door not too much later. Terrified by the vicious noises in the apartment beside them, the family next door had dialed 911, reporting domestic abuse. Cautiously, hands on the guns that rested on their hips, the two police entered the apartment. Upon doing so, their noses were assaulted by several awful smells. Rot, death, the smell of someone who had been sitting in their own filth for 2 weeks, wafted through the air of the stuffy apartment. It didn't take long for the officers to see the destruction that had occurred in this place. The gaunt, dead husband dragged half-heartedly into the hallway, his hair matted with blood. The younger officer swayed on his feet, threatening to faint. "Listen, Trudeau, sir, I have a pregnant wife at home. I can't do this. I can't get killed in here." His plea was quiet and dissident, but the elder officer simply waved the man forward. They could hear cooing in the bedroom down the hall, and stepping over the dead man that lay in the entrance, entered the open door to the room. Immediately upon entering, the elder officer bent down and vomited, the scene that met his eyes too much for even someone as experienced as him to handle. Blood was smeared on the wall, where a dead baby, lying there on the floor, its face a mashed mess, had been mercilessly beaten. On the bed was a chubby woman, obviously the woman who had borne and murdered the child. Cradled in her arms, pressed firmly against a swollen breast, was an almost naked, rotten baby, its skin blue, its mouth pulled up with death. She was whispering to it sweetly, the most contented look on her face. The younger officer, however, was calm. It was clear what he had to do. The woman held an angel, and he wanted it. Such a perfect child had never existed. The decision was easy to make. Pulling out his gun, he shot the woman once in the head, delighting in the explosion of the gorgeous crimson that fanned out behind her. The younger man's companion turned, a look of confusion on his face. Immediately, he was met with 2 bullets to the left eye. Smiling, the younger man watched his friend slide back against the already bloodied wall behind him. The baby would be his, and no one would stop him from taking it now. My name is Michael, and this is the story of how my father stole our childhood and trapped us in a nightmare that lasted for years. It all started when I was 10 years old. My sister Sara was 8 at the time. We were a normal, happy family, living in a quiet suburban neighborhood in Ohio. Mom worked as a nurse at the local hospital, and Dad was an engineer for a defense contractor. Looking back, I realize now that his job was probably what planted the seed of paranoia in him. Everything changed the day that Mom died. It was sudden, a car accident on her way home from a night shift. Dad was devastated. We all were, but while Sara and I grieved, Dad retreated into himself. He started spending more and more time in the basement, emerging only for meals and to go to work. When he was around us, he was distracted, always muttering to himself and scribbling in a notebook he carried everywhere. About a month after Mom's funeral, Dad sat us down for a family meeting. His eyes had a wild, feverish gleam that I'd never seen before. "Kids," he said, his voice trembling with barely contained excitement, "I've been working on something important, something that's going to keep us safe." Sara and I exchanged confused glances. Safe from what? Dad continued, "The world is a dangerous place. There are threats out there that most people can't even imagine, but I've seen the signs. I know what's coming." He went on to explain in terrifying detail about the impending nuclear war that he was certain was just around the corner. He talked about radiation, fallout, and the collapse of society. As he spoke, his words became more and more frantic, and I felt a cold dread settle in the pit of my stomach. "But don't worry," he said, his face breaking into an unsettling grin. "Daddy's going to protect you. I've built us a shelter. We'll be safe there when the bombs fall." That night, he showed us the shelter he'd constructed in secret. The basement had been completely transformed. What was once a cluttered storage space was now a fortified bunker. The walls were lined with thick concrete, and a heavy vault-like door had been installed at the entrance. Inside the shelter was stocked with canned food, water barrels, medical supplies, and all manner of survival gear. Dad was so proud as he gave us the tour, pointing out all the features he'd incorporated to keep us safe. But all I felt was a growing sense of unease. This wasn't normal. This wasn't right. For the next few weeks, life continued somewhat normally. Dad still went to work, and Sara and I still went to school. but every evening he'd take us down to the shelter for drills. We'd practice sealing the door, putting on gas masks, and rationing food. He quizzed us relentlessly on radiation safety procedures and what to do in various emergency scenarios. Then came the night that changed everything. I was jolted awake by the blaring of an air raid siren. Disoriented and terrified, I stumbled out of bed to find Dad already in my room, roughly shaking me awake. "It's happening! We need to get to the shelter right away!" He dragged me down the hallway where we met Sara, tears streaming down her face as she clutched her favorite stuffed animal. Dad herded us down the stairs and into the basement. The shelter door stood open, bathed in the eerie red glow of emergency lighting. "Quickly, inside!" Dad urged, pushing us through the doorway. "We don't have a lot of time." As soon as we were in, Dad slammed the door shut behind us. The heavy lock engaged with a series of metallic clanks that sounded like a death knell to my young ears. The sirens were muffled now, but still audible through the thick walls. "It's okay," Dad said, gathering us into a tight hug. "We're safe now. Everything is gonna be all right." But it wasn't all right. Nothing would ever be all right again. Hours passed, and the sirens eventually fell silent. We waited, huddled together on one of the cramped bunk beds that Dad had installed. He kept checking his watch and a Geiger counter he'd mounted on the wall, muttering about radiation levels and fallout patterns. Days turned into weeks, and still, Dad refused to let us leave the shelter. He said it wasn't safe, that the radiation would kill us in minutes. Sara and I begged to go outside, to see what had happened, to find our friends and neighbors, but Dad was adamant. "There's nothing left out there," he said, his eyes wild and unfocused. "Everyone's gone. We're the lucky ones. We survived." At first we believed him. We were young and scared, and he was our dad. Why would he lie to us? But as time wore on, doubts began to creep in. The shelter's small TV and radio picked up nothing but static, which Dad said was due to the EMP from the nuclear blast. Sometimes, though, late at night, when he thought we were asleep, I'd catch him fiddling with the dials, a look of frustrated confusion on his face. We fell into a monotonous routine. Dad homeschooled us, using old textbooks that he'd stockpiled. We exercised in the small space to stay healthy. We rationed our food carefully, with Dad always reminding us that we might need to stay in the shelter for years. The worst part was the isolation. The shelter felt more like a prison with each passing day. The recycled air was stale and oppressive. The artificial lighting gave me a constant headache. And the silence was awful, suffocating. It was broken only by the hum of the air filtration system and our own voices. Sara took it the hardest. She was only 8 when we entered the shelter, and as the months dragged on, I watched the light in her eyes slowly dimmed. She stopped playing with her toys, stopped laughing at my jokes. She'd spend hours just staring at the blank concrete wall, lost in her own world. I tried to stay strong for her, but it was hard. I missed the sun, the wind, the feeling of grass beneath my feet. I missed my friends, my school, the life that we'd left behind. But every time I brought up the possibility of leaving, Dad would fly into a rage. "Do you want to die?" he'd scream, spit flying from his lips. "Do you want the radiation to melt your insides? To watch your skin fall off in chunks? Is that what you want?" His anger was terrifying, so we learned to stop asking. We became quiet, obedient shadows of our former selves, going through the motions of our underground existence. As our time in the shelter stretched for months into years, I began to notice a change in Dad. His paranoia, already intense, seemed to worsen. He'd spend hours poring over his notebooks, muttering about conspiracy theories and hidden threats. Sometimes I'd wake in the night to find him standing over our beds, just watching us sleep, with an unreadable expression on his face. He became obsessed with conserving our resources, implementing stricter and stricter rationing. Our meals shrank to meager portions that left us constantly hungry. He said it was necessary, that we needed to prepare for the possibility of staying in the shelter for decades. But there were inconsistencies that I couldn't ignore. Sometimes I'd noticed that the labels on our canned goods were newer than they should have been, given how long we'd supposedly been in the shelter. And once, I could have sworn I heard a distant traffic noise while Dad was in the shower. Sounds that should have been impossible if the world above had been destroyed. Slowly, a terrible suspicion began to form in my mind. What if there had never been a nuclear war? What if Dad had made it all up? The thought was almost too horrible to contemplate, but once it took root, I couldn't take it. I began to watch Dad more closely, looking for any slip-ups or signs that might confirm my suspicion. And then, one night, I saw something that changed everything. It was late, well past the time that Sara and I were supposed to be asleep. I'd woken up thirsty and was about to go get some water when I heard the unmistakable sound of the shelter door opening. Peering around the corner, I saw Dad slipping out into the basement beyond, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. My heart was pounding. I crept after him, reaching the shelter door just as it was swinging closed, and managed to wedge my foot in to keep it from sealing shut. Through the crack, I could see Dad climbing the basement stairs. For a moment, I stood frozen, unsure of what to do. Then, gathering all my courage, I eased the door open and followed him. The basement was dark and musty, filled with shadows that seemed to reach for me with grasping fingers. I'd almost forgotten what it looked like after years in the shelter. Carefully, I made my way up the stairs, my heart thundering so loudly I was sure that Dad could hear it. At the top of the stairs, I hesitated. The door to the main house was slightly ajar, and through it I could hear muffled sounds, normal, everyday sounds that shouldn't exist in a post-apocalyptic world. The hum of a refrigerator, the distant bark of a dog, the soft whisper of wind through the trees. Trembling, I pushed the door open and stepped into the kitchen of my childhood home. Moonlight streamed through the windows, illuminating a scene that was both achingly familiar and utterly shocking. Everything was normal. Clean dishes in the rack by the sink, a calendar on the wall showing the current year, years after we'd entered the shelter, a bowl of fresh fruit on the counter. The world hadn't ended. It had gone on without us, oblivious to our underground prison. I heard the front door open and close, and panic seized me. Dad could be back any minute. As quickly as I could, I raced back down to the basement and into the shelter, pulling the door shut behind me, just as I heard his footsteps on the stairs above. I dove into my bunk, my mind reeling for what I had discovered. The truth was somehow worse than any nuclear apocalypse could have been. Our own father had been lying to us for years, keeping us trapped in this underground hell for reasons that I couldn't begin to understand. As I lay there in the dark, listening to Dad re-enter the shelter, I knew that everything had changed. The truth was out there, just beyond the steel door, and somehow, some way, I was going to find a way to get Sara and myself back to it. But little did I know, my midnight discovery was just the beginning. The real horror and the fight for our freedom was yet to come. Sleep evaded me that night. I lay awake, my mind racing with the implications of what I'd seen. The world above was alive, thriving, completely oblivious to our subterranean nightmare. Every creak and groan of the shelter now seemed to mock me, a constant reminder of the lie that we'd been living. As the artificial dawn broke in our windowless prison, I watched Dad go through his usual morning routine. He checked the non-existent radiation levels, inspected our dwindling supplies, and prepared our meager breakfast rations. All of it was a carefully orchestrated performance, I now realized. But for what purpose? What would drive a man to lock away his own children and deceive them so completely? I struggled to act normally, terrified that Dad would somehow sense the change in me. Sara, sweet, innocent Sara, remained blissfully unaware. I caught her eyeing the bland, reconstituted eggs on her plate with poorly concealed disgust, and my heart ached. How much of her childhood had been stolen? How much of mine? "Michael," Dad's gruff voice snapped out at me. "You're awfully quiet this morning. Everything okay, son?" I forced a smile, hoping it didn't look as sickly as it felt. "Yes, sir. Just tired, I guess." He studied me for a moment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Had I imagined the flicker of suspicion that crossed his face? "Well, buck up. We've got a lot to do today. I want to run a full systems check on the air filtration units." The day dragged on, each minute an eternity. I went through the motions of our daily routine, all the while my mind working furiously to process everything I knew and plan our escape. But the harsh reality of our situation soon became clear. Dad held all the cards. He controlled the food, the water, the very air we breathed, and most crucially, he controlled the door. That night, after Dad had gone to sleep, I shook Sara awake. Her eyes, still heavy with sleep, widened in confusion as I pressed a finger to my lips, signaling for her silence. Quietly, I led her to the far corner of the shelter, as far from Dad's bunk as possible. "Sara," I whispered, my heart pounding, "I need to tell you something important, but you have to promise to stay quiet and calm, okay?" She nodded, fear and curiosity warring in her expression. Taking a deep breath, I told her everything, about sneaking out of the shelter, about the untouched world I'd seen above. With each word, I watched the color drain from her face. But that's impossible," she stammered, her voice barely audible. "Dad said the radiation." "I know what Dad said, but he lied to us, Sara. I don't know why, but he's been lying this whole time." Tears welled up in her eyes, and I pulled her into a tight hug. "What are we gonna do?" she sobbed into my shoulder. "We're gonna get out of here," I promised, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "I don't know how yet, but we will. We just need to be patient and wait for the right moment." Little did I know how long that wait would be, or how high the cost of our freedom would be. The next few weeks were a special kind of torture. Each moment felt like walking on a knife's edge. We went about our daily routines, pretending everything was normal, all while watching Dad for an opportunity to escape. But he was vigilant, almost obsessively so. The shelter door remained firmly locked, the key always on a chain around his neck. Sara struggled to maintain the pretense. I'd often catch her staring longingly at that door, or flinching away from Dad's touch. More than once I had to distract him when her eyes welled up with tears for no apparent reason. As for me, I threw myself into learning everything I could about the shelter's systems. I volunteered to help Dad with maintenance tasks, memorizing every pipe, every wire, every vent. Knowledge, I reasoned, could be our best weapon when the time came to act. It was during one of these maintenance sessions that I made a chilling discovery. We were checking the integrity of the shelter's outer wall when I noticed something odd. A small section that sounded hollow when tapped. Dad quickly ushered me away, claiming it was just a quirk of the construction, but I knew better. That night, while the others slept, I carefully examined the wall. It took hours of painstaking searching, but eventually I found it. A hidden panel, cunningly disguised. My hands shaking, I managed to pry it open. What I found inside made my blood run cold. Stacks of newspapers, their dates spanning the years we'd been underground. Printed emails from Dad's work, asking about his extended family emergency leave. And most damning of all, a small journal filled with Dad's frantic scribblings. I didn't have time to read it all, but what I did see painted a picture of a man spiraling into paranoid delusion. Dad wrote about protecting us from a world that he saw as irredeemably corrupt and dangerous. He convinced himself that keeping us in the shelter was the only way to ensure our safety and purity. As I carefully replaced everything and sealed the panel, a new fear gripped me. We weren't just dealing with a liar or a kidnapper. We were trapped underground with a madman. The next morning, Dad announced a new addition to our daily routine. Decontamination showers. He claimed it was an extra precaution against radiation, but the gleam in his eye told a different story. He was tightening his control, adding another layer to this elaborate fantasy. The showers were cold and uncomfortable, but it was the violation of privacy that hurt the most. Dad insisted on supervising to ensure that we were thorough. I saw the way his gaze lingered on Sara. Something dark and angry unfurled in my chest. We had to get out of here, and soon. Opportunity came in the form of a malfunction in the water filtration system. Dad was forced to go to his hidden cache of supplies for replacement parts. It was a risk, but it might be our only chance. "Sara," I whispered urgently, as soon as Dad left the main room. "Remember what I taught you about the door mechanism?" She nodded, her eyes pale with determination. "Good. When I give you the signal, I need you to run to the control panel and enter the emergency unlock code. Can you do that?" Another nod. "Okay. I'm going to create a distraction. No matter what happens, no matter what you hear, don't stop until that door is open. Promise?" "I promise," she whispered back, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, I steeled myself for what I had to do. I'd never deliberately hurt anyone before, let alone my own father. But as I thought of Sara's haunted eyes, of the years stolen from us, I knew I had no choice. I waited until I heard Dad's footsteps approaching, and I put our plan into action. I yanked hard on one of the water pipes I'd secretly loosened earlier, letting out a yell of surprise as it burst, spraying water everywhere. Dad came running, and in the chaos that followed, I made my move. As he bent to examine the broken pipe, I brought the heavy wrench down on the back of his head. He crumpled to the floor, a look of shocked betrayal on his face as he lost consciousness. Fighting back the waves of nausea and guilt, I shouted to Sara, "Now! Do it now!" She sprang into action, her small fingers flying over the control panel. I heard the blessed sound of locks disengaging, and then the door was swinging open. "Come on!" I grabbed her hand as we ran, our bare feet slapping against the cold concrete of the basement floor. Up the stairs, through the kitchen that still looked so surreal in its normalcy, and finally out the front door. The outside world hit us like a physical blow. The sun was so much brighter than we remembered, searing our eyes. The wind, carrying 1,000 scents we'd almost forgotten, nearly knocked us off our feet. For a moment, we stood frozen on the front porch, overwhelmed by the sensations we'd been deprived of for so long. Then we heard it, a groan from inside the house. Dad was waking up. Panic lent us speed. Hand in hand, we ran down the street, ignoring the shocked stares of neighbors we no longer recognized. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs threatened to give out, the sounds of pursuit, real or imagined, spurring us on. Finally, we collapsed in a park several blocks away, gasping for breath. As the adrenaline faded, the reality of our situation began to sink in. We were free, yes, but we were also alone, confused, and terribly vulnerable in a world that had moved on without us. Sara burst into tears, the events of the day finally overwhelming her. I held her close, my own eyes stinging as I whispered soothing nonsense and stroked her hair. "It's okay," I told her, trying to convince myself as much as her. "We're out. We're safe now." But even as the words left my mouth, I knew they weren't true. Dad was still out there, and I had no doubt that he would come looking for us. Beyond that, how were we supposed to integrate back into a society we barely remembered? How could we explain where we had been and what had happened to us? As the sun began to set on our first day of freedom, I realized with a sinking heart that our ordeal was far from over. In many ways, it was just beginning. The world we emerged into was nothing like the post-apocalyptic wasteland our father had described. There were no piles of rubble, no radiation-scorched earth, no roaming bands of desperate survivors. Instead, we found ourselves in a typical suburban neighborhood, unchanged except for the passage of time. Houses stood intact, their windows gleaming in the fading sunlight. Neatly trimmed lawns stretched out before us, the scent of freshly cut grass almost overwhelming after years of recycled air. In the distance, we could hear familiar sounds of modern life, cars humming along the road, the faint chatter of a television from an open window, a dog barking at some unforeseen disturbance. It was jarring, terrifyingly normal. As we stumbled through the alien, familiar landscape, the full weight of our father's deception crashed down upon us. There'd been no nuclear war, no worldwide catastrophe, no reason for us to have been locked away all these years. The realization was almost too much to bear. Sarah's grip on my hand tightened. "Michael, why would Dad lie to us like that?" she said, her voice trembling. I didn't have an answer for her. The enormity of what he had done to us was beyond comprehension. How could a father willingly imprison his own children, robbing them of years of their lives? The man I thought I knew seemed to crumble away, leaving behind a stranger whose motives I couldn't begin to fathom. We made our way through the neighborhood, flinching at every car that passed, every person we saw in the distance. To them, we must have looked like wild creatures, barefoot, wide-eyed, dressed in simple, utilitarian clothes we'd worn in the shelter. More than once, I caught sight of curtains twitching as curious neighbors peered out at us. As night fell, the temperature dropped, and I realized that we needed to find shelter. The irony of the thought wasn't lost on me. After years of being trapped underground, we were now desperately seeking a roof over our head. "I think I know where we can go," I told Sara, the ghost of a memory tugging at me. "Do you remember Mrs. Callahan, Mom's friend from the hospital?" Sarah's brow furrowed as she tried to recall. "The nice lady with the cats." "That's right," I said, relieved that at least one memory from before had remained intact. "She lives a few blocks from us, if she's still there." It was a long shot, but it was all we had. We made our way through the blackened streets, every shadow seeming to hide a threat. More than once I was sure I heard footsteps behind us, only to turn around and find nothing there. Finally, we reached a small, well-kept house with a porch light glowing warmly. The nameplate on the door read Callahan, and I felt a surge of hope. Taking a deep breath, I rang the doorbell. Long moments passed, and I was about to ring again when the door creaked open, revealing a woman in her 60s. Her gray hair pulled back in a loose bun. Her eyes widened in shock as she took in our appearance. "My God! Michael, Sara, is that really you?" Before I could respond, she had pulled us into the house and enveloped us in a fierce hug. The familiar scent of her perfume, the same as she'd worn years ago, brought tears to my eyes. "We thought you were dead," Mrs. Callahan said, her voice choked with emotion. "Your father said there had been an accident, that you're all dead." As she ushered us into the living room, plying us with blankets and promises of hot cocoa, the full extent of our father's lies began to unravel. There had been no accident, no tragedy to explain our disappearance. Just a man descending into madness and 2 children being dragged down with him. Mrs. Callahan listened in horror as we recounted our years in the shelter. Her face paled when we described the decontamination showers and the increasingly erratic behavior of our father. "We have to call the police," she said, reaching for the phone. "That man needs to be locked up for what he's done to you." But even as she dialed, a cold dread settled in my stomach. Something wasn't right. The feeling of being watched that had plagued me since our escape intensified. And then, with a jolt of terror, I realized what had been nagging at me. The house was too quiet. Where were Mrs. Callahan's cats? As if in answer to the unspoken question, a floorboard creaked behind us. We whirled to see a figure standing in the doorway, backlit by the hallway light. My heart stopped as I recognized the familiar silhouette. "Dad!" Sara whimpered, shrinking back against me. He stepped into the room, and I saw that he was holding something, the length of pipe I had used to strike him during our escape. His eyes, when they met mine, were cold and empty. "I'm very disappointed in you, Michael," he said, his voice eerily calm. "I thought I'd raised you better than this. Didn't I teach you about the dangers of the outside world?" Mrs. Callahan moved to stand in front of us, her phone clutched in her hand. "John, what have you done? These children are my children," Dad snarled, all pretense of calm evaporating. "And I'll do whatever it takes to protect them, even from themselves." He advanced into the room, the pipe raised threateningly, and Mrs. Callahan stood her ground. I could see she was trembling, though. "Run! I'll hold him off! You run!" Everything happened so fast after that. Dad lunged forward. There was a sickening thud, and Mrs. Callahan crumpled to the floor. Sara screamed, and then we were running again, out the back door and into the night. Behind us, I could hear Dad's heavy footsteps, his voice, once so comforting, now twisted with madness. "Children, come back! It's not safe out there!" But we knew the truth now. The only thing not safe was the man we'd once called father. As we fled into the darkness, weaving between the houses and jumping fences, a new determination filled me. We were out now. We knew the truth, and no matter what it took, I was going to make sure that we stayed free. But freedom, I was quickly learning, came with its own set of challenges, and the night was far from over. The next few hours were a blur of fear and adrenaline. Sara and I ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like they would give out at any minute. Every sound made us jump. Every shadow seemed to hide our father's lurking form. But somehow we managed to escape him. At dawn, we found ourselves in a small park on the outskirts of town. Exhausted and with nowhere else to go, we huddled together on a bench, watching the world wake up around us. People jogged past, dogs barked in the distance, and the smell of fresh coffee wafted from a nearby cafe. It was so beautiful, so painfully normal. "What do we do now?" Sara asked, her voice small and scared. Before I could answer, a police car pulled up beside the park. 2 officers got out, their eyes scanning the area before landing on us. My heart raced, but I forced myself to stay calm. This was what we needed. We needed help from the authorities. As the officers approached, I recognized something in their eyes. They'd been looking for us. What followed was a whirlwind of activity. We were taken to the police station, where gentle-voiced detectives asked us questions about our time in the shelter. Social workers were called, and all the while, the search for our father intensified. They found him 3 days later, holed up in an abandoned building on the edge of town. He didn't go quietly. In the end, it took a team of negotiators and a SWAT unit to bring him in. The man they arrested bore little resemblance to the father that we had known. Wild-eyed and ranting about protecting his children from the corrupt world, he seemed more monster than man. The trial was a media sensation. Our story captivated the nation, sparking debates about mental health, parental rights, and the long-term effects of isolation. Experts were brought in to explain our father's descent into paranoid delusion. Some painted him as a victim in his own mind, while others condemned him as a monster. For Sara and me, it was a painful process of reliving our trauma in the public eye. But it was also cathartic. Each testimony, each piece of evidence presented, helped to dismantle the false reality our father had constructed around us. In the end, he was found guilty on multiple charges and sentenced to life in prison. As they led him away, he looked at us one last time. "I only wanted to keep you safe," he said, his voice breaking. It was the last time we ever saw him. The years that followed were challenging. Sara and I had a lot of catching up to do. Years of education, social development, and life experience that had been stolen from us. We underwent intensive therapy, learning to process our trauma and adjust to life in the real world. It wasn't easy. There were nightmares, panic attacks, and moments when outside the world felt too big, too overwhelming. Simple things that others took for granted, like going to a crowded mall or watching fireworks on the 4th of July, could trigger intense anxiety on us. But slowly, painfully, we began to heal. We learned to trust again, to form relationships with others. We discovered the joys of simple freedom, the feeling of rain on our skin, the taste of fresh fruit, the simple pleasure of choosing what to wear each day. Sara threw herself into her studies, making up for lost time with a voracious appetite for knowledge. She's in college now, studying psychology with a focus on trauma and recovery. She wanted to help others who have gone through similar experiences. As for me, I found solace in writing. Putting our story down on paper was terrifying at first, but it became a way to exorcise the demons of our past. The account you're reading now, it's part of that process. But even now, years later, there are moments when the old fears creep back in. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I'm back in that underground prison. In those moments, I have to remind myself that it's over, that we're safe now. Yet a part of me wonders if we'll ever truly be free. The shelter may have been a physical place, but its walls still exist in our mind. We carry it with us, a secret bunker built of memories and trauma. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I catch myself checking the locks on my door, scanning the horizon for mushroom clouds that will never come. Because the most terrifying truth I've learned is this: the real fallout isn't radiation or nuclear winter. It's the lasting impact of a parent's betrayal, the half-life of trauma that continues long after the danger is past. And that, I fear, may never truly decay. So if you're reading this, remember, the most dangerous lies aren't always the ones we're told by others. Sometimes they're the ones we tell ourselves to feel safe. Question everything, cherish your freedom, and never take the simple joys of life for granted, because you never know when someone might try to lock them away. Okay guys, I need your help with this. It's not a copy pasta, but it is a long read. I feel like my safety or well-being could very well depend on this. This is video game related, specifically Majora's Mask, and this is the creepiest thing that has ever happened to me in my entire life. Having said that, I recently moved into my dorm room, starting as a sophomore in college, and a friend of mine gave me his old N64 to play. I was stoked, to say the least. I could finally play all those old games of my youth that I hadn't touched in at least a decade. His N64 came with one yellow controller and a rather shoddy-looking copy of Super Smash Bros. And while beggars can't be choosers, needless to say, it didn't take me long until I became bored with beating up level 9 CPUs. That weekend, I decided to drive around a few neighborhoods, about 20 minutes or so off campus, hitting up the local garage sales, hoping to score some good deals from ignorant parents. I ended up picking up a copy of Pokemon Stadium, GoldenEye, that was a big one, F-Zero, and 2 other controllers for about $2. Satisfied, I began to drive out of the neighborhood, when one last house caught my attention. I still have no idea why it did. There were no cars out there, and only one table, set up with a random assortment of junk on it. But something sort of drew me there. I usually trust my gut on these things, so I got out of the car and was greeted by an old man. His outward appearance was, for lack of a better word, displeasing. It was odd. If you asked me to tell you why I thought he was displeasing, I couldn't really pinpoint anything in particular. There was just something about him that put me on edge. Can't explain it. All I can tell you is that if it hadn't been the middle of the afternoon, and there hadn't been other people within shouting distance, I would not have ever approached this man willingly. He flashed a crooked smile at me and asked what I was looking for, and immediately I noticed that he must be blind in one eye. The right eye had that glazed over look about it. I forced myself to look at his left instead, trying not to offend, and asked him if he had any video games. I was already wondering how I could possibly excuse myself from the situation when he told me that he had no idea what a video game was, but to my surprise, he said he had a few of them in an old box. He assured me that he'd be back in a jiffy and turned to head back to the garage. As I watched him hobble away, I couldn't help but notice what he was selling on his table. Littered across it were a rather peculiar painting, various artworks that looked like ink blots that a psychiatrist might show you. Curious, I looked through them. It was obvious why no one was visiting this guy's garage sale. These weren't exactly aesthetically pleasing. As I came to the last one, for some reason, it looked almost like Majora's Mask. The same heart-shaped body with little spikes protruding outward. Initially, I just thought that since I was secretly hoping to find that game at one of these garage sales, my internal Freud had projected itself onto the ink blots. But even the events that happened afterward, I'm not so sure about now. I should have asked the man about it. I wish I would have asked him about it. After staring at the Majora-shaped blot, I looked up and the old man was suddenly there again, arm length in front of me, smiling. I'll admit I jumped at a reflex, and I laughed nervously as he handed me a cartridge for the N64 system. It was the standard gray color, except that someone had written Majora on it in black permanent marker. I got butterflies in my stomach as I realized what a coincidence this was, and asked him how much he wanted for it. The old man smiled at me and told me that I could have it for free, that it used to belong to a kid who was about my age that didn't live here anymore. There was something weird about how the man phrased it, but I didn't really pay any attention to it. I was too caught up in not only finding this game, but getting it for free. I reminded myself to be a bit skeptical, since this looked like a pretty shady cartridge, and there was no guarantee that it would work. But then the optimist inside me interjected that maybe it was some kind of beta version or pirated version of the game, and that was all I needed to be back on Cloud 9. I thanked the guy, and he smiled at me as he wished me well, saying, "Goodbye, then." At least, that's what it sounded like. All the way on the car ride home, I had a nagging feeling that the guy had said something else. My fears were confirmed when I booted up the game. To my surprise, it worked just fine, and there was one saved file on it that read simply, Ben. "Goodbye, Ben," he was saying. "Goodbye, Ben," it would appear. I felt bad for the guy, obviously a grandparent and obviously going senile, and I, for one reason or another, reminded him of his grandson, this Ben character. Out of curiosity, I looked at the save file. Eyeballing it, I could tell that he was pretty far in the game. He had almost all the masks and 3/4 remaining of the bosses. I noticed that he had used an owl statue to save his game. He was on day 3 and by the Stone Tower Temple, with hardly an hour left before the moon would crash. I remember thinking that it was a shame that he had come so close to beating the game, but never finished it. I made a new file named Link, out of tradition, and started the game, ready to relive my childhood. For such a shady-looking cartridge, I was impressed at how smooth it ran. Literally, just like a retail copy of the game, save for a few minor hiccups here and there, like textures being where they shouldn't be, random flashes of cutscenes at odd intervals, but nothing too bad. However, the only thing that was a little unnerving was that at times the NPCs would call me Link, and at other times they would call me Ben. I figured it was just a bug, a fluke in the programming, causing our files to get mixed up or something. It did kind of creep me out, though, and after I'd beaten the Woodfall Temple, I regrettably went into the save file and deleted Ben. I had intended to preserve the file, out of respect to the game's original owner. It's not like I needed 2 files, though, hoping that it would solve the problem. It did, and it didn't. Now the NPCs wouldn't call me anything. Where my name should be in the dialogue, there was a blank space. My save file name was still called Link, though. Frustrated and with homework to do, I put the game down and was done for the day. I started playing the game again last night, getting the Lens of Truth and working my way towards completing the Snowhead Temple. Now, some of you more hardcore Majora Mask players know about the 4th day glitch. For those who don't, you can Google it, but the gist of it is, right as the clock hits midnight on the final day, you talk to the astronomer and look through the telescope. If you time it right, the countdown disappears, and you essentially have another day to finish whatever you were doing. Deciding to do the glitch to try to finish the Snowhead Temple, I happened to get it right on the first try, and the timer at the bottom disappeared. However, when I pressed B to exit the telescope, instead of being greeted by the astronomer, I found myself in the Majora boss fight room at the end of the game, the trippy boxed-in area, staring at the Skull Kid hovering above me. There was no sound, just him floating in the air above me, and the background music, which was regular for the area, but still pretty creepy. Immediately, my palms got sweaty. This was definitely not normal. Skull Kid never appeared here. I tried moving around the area, and no matter where I went, Skull Kid would always be facing me, looking at me, not saying anything. Nothing would happen, though, and this kept up for about 60 seconds. I thought the game had bugged out or something, but I was beginning to doubt that. I was about to reach for the reset button when text appeared on the screen. You're not sure why, but you apparently had a reservation. I instantly recognized the text. You get the message when you get the room key at the Anju on the Stockpot Inn, but why was it playing here? I refused to entertain the notion that it was almost as if the game was trying to communicate with me. I started to navigate the room again, testing to see if it was some sort of trigger that enabled me to interact with something here. Then I realized how stupid I was. To even think that someone could reprogram a game like this was absurd. Sure enough, 15 seconds later, another message appeared on the screen, and like the first one, it was already a pre-existing phrase. Go to the lair of the temple's boss? Yes or no? I paused for a second, contemplating what I should press and how the game would react. When I realized that I couldn't select no, I took a deep breath and pressed yes, and the screen faded to white, with the words Dawn of a New Day, with the subtext I beneath it. Where I was ported to filled me with the most intense sense of dread and impending fear that I'd ever experienced. The only way I can describe the way I felt here is having the feeling of inexplicable depression on a profound scale. I'm normally not a depressed person, but the way I felt here was a feeling that I didn't even know existed. It was such a twisted, powerful presence that seemed to wash over me. It appeared in some kind of weird Twilight Zone version of the clock tower. I walked out of the clock tower as you normally do when you start the first day, only to find that all the inhabitants were gone. Usually with the 4th day glitch, you can still find the guards and the dog that runs around outside the tower. This time they were gone. What replaced them was the ominous feeling that there was something out there, in the same area as me, and that it was watching me. I had 4 hearts to my name and the hero's bow, but at this point I wasn't even considering my avatar. I felt that I personally was in some kind of danger. Perhaps the most chilling thing was the music. It was the Song of Healing, ripped straight out of the game itself, but played in reverse. The music would get louder, building up as if you could expect something to pop out at you any minute, but nothing ever did, and the constant loop began to wear on my mental state. Every now and then, I would hear the faint laugh of the happy mask salesman in the background, just quiet enough so that I wasn't sure if I was just hearing things, but just loud enough to keep me determined to find him. I looked in all 4 zones of Clock Tower, only to find nothing. No one. Textures were missing. West Clocktown was walking on air. The entire area felt broken, hopelessly broken, as the reverse Song of Healing repeated for what felt like the 50th time. I just remember standing in the middle of the South Clock Tower, realizing that I'd never felt so alone in a video game before. As I walked through the ghost town, I didn't know whether it was a combination of out-of-place textures and the atmosphere and the haunting melody of the once peaceful, soothing song being butchered and distorted, but I was literally on the verge of tears. I had no idea why. I hardly ever cry, but something had gripped me here, and this powerful sense of depression that was both foreign and crippling. I tried leaving Clock Tower, but every time I attempted to zone out, the screen would fade to black, and I would just zone into another part of Clock Tower. I tried playing my ocarina. I wanted to escape, and I did not want to be here. But every time I played the Song of Time, or the Song of Soaring, it would say, "Your notes echo far," but nothing happens. By this point, it was obvious the game didn't want me to leave, but I had no idea why it was keeping me here. I didn't want to go inside the buildings. I felt that I would be too vulnerable there to whatever I was terrified of. I don't know why, but I came up with the idea that maybe if I drowned myself in the laundry pool, I could spawn somewhere else and leave this place. As I zoned in and ran towards the pool, that's when it happened. Link grabbed his head, and the screen flashed for a brief moment of the happy mask salesman's face at me. Not Link, me, with the Skull Kids screaming, playing in the background, and when the screen returned, I was staring at the Link statue from playing the song Elegy of Emptiness. I screamed as the thing just stared back at me with that haunted facial expression. I turned around and ran out back into South Clocktown. To my horror, the statue followed me. The only way I can compare it is like the Weeping Angels from Doctor Who. Every so often, at random intervals, the animation would play of the statue appearing behind me. It was like the thing was chasing me. Or, I don't even want to say it, like it was haunting me. By this point, I was on the verge of hyperventilating, but not even once did I think of turning off the console. I don't know why. I was so wrapped up in it that the terror felt all too real. I tried to shake the statue, but it would literally appear right behind me every single time. Link started to begin to make weird animations I'd never seen before. He would flail his arms around or spasm randomly, and the screen would cut to the happy mask salesman, smiling again for a brief moment before I was face to face with the statue again. I ended up running into the Swordmaster's dojo and ran to the back. I don't know why, but in my panic, I just wanted some kind of assurance that I'm not alone here. To my dismay, I found no one, but as I turned to leave, the statue cornered me in a cubby in the back. I tried attacking the statue, but my sword did nothing to it. Confused and backed into a corner, I stared at the statue, waiting for it to kill me. Suddenly, the screen flashed again to the happy mask salesman, and Link turned to face the screen, standing upright, mirroring the statue, looking at me along with its copy, literally staring at me. Whatever was left of the fourth wall was suddenly shattered while I ran out of the dojo, terrified. Suddenly the game warped me to an underground tunnel, and the reverse Song of Healing queued up again as I was given a brief moment of rest before the statue started appearing behind me again. It was aggressive this time. I could only take a few steps before it would summon behind me again. I hurriedly made my way out of the tunnel and appeared in the southern clock tower town. As I ran aimlessly in sheer panic, suddenly a re-dead screamed, and the screen faded to black. Dawn of a new day. I appeared again. The screen faded in, and I was standing on top of the clock tower, with Skull Kid hovering over me again, silently. I looked up at the moon, and looming just meters above my head, it hung there. But the Skull Kid just stared at me hauntingly with that mask. A new song was playing. The Stone Tower Temple theme, played in reverse. In some sort of desperate attempt, I equipped my bow and fired off a shot at the Skull Kid. And it actually hit him, and he played an animation of him reeling back. I fired again. On the third arrow, a text box appeared saying, "That won't do any good, hee 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 hee." And I was picked up off the ground, levitated upward on my back. Then Link screamed as he burst into flames, instantly killing him. I jumped when this happened. I'd never seen this move used by anyone in the game, and the Skull Kid himself didn't have any moves. As the death screen played, my lifeless body still burning, the Skull Kid laughed and the screen faded to black, only to have me reappear in the same place. I decided to charge him, but the same thing happened. Link's body was lifted off the ground by some unknown force and immediately burst into flames again, killing him. This time, during the death screen, the faint sound of the reverse Song of Healing could be heard. On my third and final try, I noticed that there was no music playing this time, that all there was eerie silence. I remembered that in the original encounter with the Skull Kid, you were supposed to use the ocarina to either travel back in time or summon the giants. I attempted to play the Song of Time, but before I could hit the last note, Link's body once again horrifically exploded into flames, and he died. As the death screen neared its end, it began to chug, as if the cartridge was trying to process a lot of something. When the screen came to it, it was the same scene as the first 3 times, except this time Link was lying on the ground, dead in a position I had never seen in a game before, his head tilted towards the camera, with the Skull Kid floating above him. I couldn't move. I couldn't press any buttons. All I could do was just stare at Link's dead body. After about 30 seconds, the game simply faded out with the message, "You've met a terrible fate, haven't you?" before kicking me out to the title screen. Upon getting back to the title screen and starting again, I noticed my save file was no longer there. Instead of Link, it was replaced with Your Turn. Your Turn had 3 hearts, 0 masks, and no items. I selected Your Turn, and immediately when I did, I was returned to the clock tower roof scene of my Link dead and the Skull Kid hovering over, with the Skull Kid's laughter looping again and again. I quickly hit the reset button, and when the game booted up again, there was one more file added below Your Turn, entitled Ben. Ben's save file is right back where it was before I deleted it, at the Stone Tower Temple, with the moon about to come down. I turned the game off at this point. I'm not superstitious, but this is way too messed up, even for me. I haven't played it at all today. Hell, I didn't even get any sleep last night. I kept hearing the reverse song of healing in my head and just remembered the sense of dread I felt exploring Clocktown. I drove back to the old man's house today to ask him some questions with a buddy of mine. No way I was going to go over there alone, only to find out there's a for sale sign in the front yard. When I rang the door, no one was home. So now I'm back writing down the rest of my thoughts and recording what happened. Sorry if it seems that there's a lot of grammatical errors or whatnot. I'm running on no sleep here. I'm terrified of this game, even more so now that I've relived it a second time, writing this all down, but I feel there's still more to it than meets the eye. There's something calling to me to investigate this further. I think Ben is something in this equation, but I don't know what. And if I could get a hold of the old man, then I might be able to find some answers. I need another day or so to recuperate before tackling this game again. It's already taken a toll on my sanity. I feel like next time I do this, I'm going to be recording my footage all the way through. The idea of recording only came to me towards the end, so you see the last few minutes of what I saw, including Skull Kid and the elegy statue. But it's on YouTube. I'm going to stay in this thread for a little while longer before I fall asleep to answer any questions you guys might have, or hopefully listen to your ideas or theories to help me shed some light on this, or maybe things I should try to do. I think I'm going to play Ben's file tomorrow to see what happens. Maybe I was supposed to do that all along. I don't believe in paranormal stuff, but this is a little messed up. Maybe this Ben guy is just really good at hacking programs. I don't want to think about the alternative if he isn't. That's the end for today. I'm hoping that maybe this is some kind of running gag the developers had, and that other people have gotten gagged or hacked copies of the game like this. This just... it really scares me. I'm going to post what happened and link the video footage. But last night, everything got too real for me. I think I'm done messing around with this. I passed out pretty much immediately after making that thread, but last night, that Elegy of Emptiness statue, I had a dream about it. A dream that it was following me, that I would be minding my own business when I'd feel my neck hair stand on end. I would turn around, and that thing, that horrible, lifeless statue, would be staring with those empty eyes right at me, mere inches away. In my dream, I remember calling it Ben, and never before had I had a dream that I could remember so vividly. But the important thing is, I did get some sleep, I suppose. Today, putting off playing the game as long as I could. I drove back up to that neighborhood to see if the old man came back. As expected, the car was still gone and no one was home. As I was walking back to my car, the man next door mowing the grass killed the power to his lawnmower and asked if I was looking for someone. I told him that I was looking to talk to the old guy that lived here, to which he told me what I already knew. He was moving. Trying a different avenue, I asked if the man had any family or relatives I could talk to. I discovered that the old man had never been married, nor did he have any children or grandchildren through adoption. Starting to become worried, I asked one final question, one that I should ask from the beginning. Who was Ben? The man's expression turned grim, and I learned that 4 doors down, around 8 years ago, on April 23rd, it was apparently the man's wedding anniversary, and that's how he remembered it so well. There was an accident with a young boy named Ben. Shortly after this, his parents moved away, and despite any further attempts to talk to the man to get more information, he wouldn't say anything. I went back and started playing the game. I loaded up the game and immediately jumped at the title screen, where the mask flies by. The sound that played was not the normal whoosh sound. It was something much more high-pitched. I pressed start, bracing for the worst, but it was just like 2 nights ago. The files "Your Turn" and "Ben" were displayed. Truth be told, I looked at the Ben file earlier. It seemed to fluctuate between displaying the owl save and not. I brought up the Ben file, hesitating for a moment, and decided that the stats were not the same as the originals were 2 days ago. It seemed like he had already completed Stone Tower Temple this time. Summoning my courage, I hit select. Immediately, I was thrust into complete chaos. Sure enough, I was outside the Stone Temple. But that's about all that was expected. The zone itself wasn't called Stone Tower Temple, but rather STONE, and immediately a dialogue box of complete gibberish that I couldn't make out greeted me. Link's body was distorted. His back was cocked visibly to the side, where his posture was permanently disfigured. Link's expression was dull, almost monotonous. He had an expression on his face that I didn't recognize before. It was a blank look, as if he was dead. As Link stood there, his body spasmed irregularly back and forth. I examined what had become of my avatar and noticed that I had a C button item I'd never seen before. Some kind of note, but pressing it did nothing. Sounds played back and forth that I didn't recognize, almost demonic in nature, and there was some kind of high-pitched yip or some kind of laughter or something playing in the background. I had all of about 2 minutes to take in the environment before another one of those Elegy of Emptiness statues was summoned, and immediately after I was cut into the Dawn of a New Day screen, except this time it was without the 11111 subtext. I was a Deku scrub in Clocktown. This scene would normally play after the first time you traveled back in time. Tattle would say, "What just happened?" It's as if everything has... But instead of saying "started over," she finished her remark in broken text as the laugh of the happy mask salesman played in the background. I was put back in control of my character, but from the messed up camera angle, I was looking from behind the door to the clock tower, watching my avatar run around as a Deku scrub. Seeing as how I really had no place to go, because I couldn't see anything, I begrudgingly went inside the door. There, I was greeted by the happy mask salesman, who simply told me, "You've met a terrible fate, haven't you?" before the screen whited out. I was in Termina Field as a human again. I might as well not have been playing the same game anymore. I was being warped around, and there was no sign of a clock tower or anything. I took a moment to get my bearings as I looked around the field and immediately could tell that this wasn't normal. There were no enemies, and a twisted version of the Happy Mask Salesman theme was playing. I decided to run towards the woodfall before I noticed a gathering of 3 figures off to the side, one of them being Epona. As I approached them, to my horror, I saw the Happy Mask Salesman, the Skull Kid, and the Elegy of Emptiness statue just standing there. I figured maybe they were bugged out, but by now I told myself that I should know better. Nevertheless, I approached them carefully and found that the Skull Kid was playing some kind of idle animation on loop. Same with Epona, and the Effigy of Emptiness statue was doing what it had been doing all along, just standing there eerily. It was the Happy Mask Salesman that scared me more profoundly than the other two. He, too, was idle, wearing that shit-eating grin, but wherever I moved, his head slowly turned and followed me. I had not engaged in any dialogue with him, nor was I in combat with him, yet his head still continued to follow my movements. It reminded me of my first encounter with the Skull Kid on top of the clock tower. I pulled out my ocarina, to which the game played the ding sound when you're supposed to play your ocarina, and tried a song I hadn't played yet, the Happy Mask Salesman's own song, and the song that had been playing on loop back in day 4, the Song of Healing. I finished playing the song, and as I did, an ear-piercing shriek blasted out of my TV. The sky immediately started flashing. The Happy Mask Salesman's twisted theme song sped up, intensifying the fear inside of me, and Link exploded into flames and died. The 3 figures stayed lit up during my death scene as they watched my lifeless body burn. I can't describe to you how sudden and terrifying the transition from eerie to terror was. You're going to have to watch the video if you want to see it firsthand. The same fear that caused me to lose sleep for 2 days started to grip me again, and I was met with the text, "You've met a horrible fate, haven't you?" for the 3rd time. There has to be some kind of meaning behind that. I had a little time to ponder as I was immediately given another small cutscene of a transforming into a Zora, and now I found myself in the Great Temple Bay. Hesitant but curious to see what the game had in store for me, I slowly made my way towards the beach, where I found Epona. I wondered why the game had decided to put her here. Was the game implying that she was trying to get a drink? Unable to take the mask off, I decided that riding the steed wasn't the reason she was placed here. Suddenly I realized that Epona kept neighing. The way she was angled made it look like she was trying to point somewhere in the distance. It was a hunch, but I dove into the Great Bay and started swimming. Sure enough, I almost missed it. I found something at the bottom of the ocean. One last Effigy of Emptiness statue. I went down to examine it, and suddenly my Zora started doing a choking animation that I had never seen a Zora do before, which didn't make sense because Zoras can breathe underwater. Regardless, my character choked to death and died, and again, the statue was the only thing that was highlighted in my death. I didn't respawn this time. I was booted back to the main menu as if I restarted the console. The press start screen was before me. I knew the only reason why it would put me here is because the save files had changed again. Taking a deep breath, I pressed start, and it was right. There was a new save file for me about Ben. Now it made sense when the statue appeared when I tried to go to the laundry pool. The game must have anticipated how I would have tried to escape the day 4 clock tower. The 2 save files told me his fate. As I suspected, Ben was dead. He had drowned. The game obviously isn't through with me. It's taunting me with the new saved files. It wants me to keep playing. It wants me to go further. But I'm done with this. I'm not touching any more of these files. This is already way too horrifying for me, and I don't even believe in the paranormal. But I'm running out of explanations. Why would someone send me the message? I don't understand it. I just get so depressed thinking about it. The footage is up here for those who want to see it and try and analyze it. Maybe there's some kind of coded message in the gibberish or something symbolic in what I went through. I'm too emotionally and mentally drained to mess with this anymore. Update. I know it's early in the morning. I've stayed up all night. I can't sleep. I don't care if people see this. That's not the point anymore. I just want the word to get spread so I don't suffer for nothing. I've lost the will to write about this. The less I dwell on it, the better. I think the video just speaks for itself. I did what you guys told me to do. I played the Elegy of Emptiness song at the first prompt by the game I was given. But I think that's what the game, or Ben, Jesus, can't believe I'm even humoring the absurd idea that he exists in the game, wanted me to do. He's following me now, not just in the game. He's in my dreams. I've stayed in my dorm room with the windows closed and the blinds shut. That way I know he can't watch me. But he still gets me when I play. When I play, he can still see me. The game is scaring me now. It's talking to me for the first time, not just using text that's already in the game. It speaks to me, talks to me. It references Ben. It talked to me. I don't know what it means. I don't know what it wants. I never wanted this. I just want my old life back. Stuff like this doesn't happen to people like me. I'm just a kid, not even old enough to drink yet. It's not fair. I want to go home. I want to see my parents again. I'm not so far away from home here at this school. I just want to hug my mom. I just want to forget that statue's horrible blank face. My original game file is back, just the way I left it before it was gone. I don't want to play it anymore. I feel like bad things will happen if I don't. But that's impossible. It's just a video game. Haunted or not, it can't hurt me, right? Seriously, though, it can't, right? That's what I keep telling myself, but every time I think about it, I'm not so sure. This is long, so I apologize for that. I've never had to tell the story with enough detail to actually explain it all the way. But it's true, and it happened when I was about 6 years old. In a quiet room, if you press your ear against a pillow, you can hear your heartbeat. As a kid, the muffled, rhythmic beats sounded like soft footsteps on a carpeted floor. So as a kid, almost every night, just as I was about to drift off to sleep, I would hear these footsteps, and I would be ripped back to consciousness, terrified. For my entire childhood, I lived with my mom in a fairly nice neighborhood that was in a transitional phase. People of lower economic means were gradually moving in, and my mother and I were two such people. We lived in the kind of house you see being transported in two pieces on the interstate, but my mom took good care of it. There were a lot of woods surrounding the neighborhood that I would play in and explore during the day. But at night, as things often do to a kid, they took on a more sinister feeling. This, coupled with the fact that, due to the nature of our house, there was a fairly large crawl space underneath, filled my mind with imaginary monsters and inescapable scenarios which would consume my thoughts when I was awakened by those footsteps. I told my mom about the footsteps, and she said I was just imagining things. I persisted enough that she blasted my ears with water from a turkey baster once, just to placate me, since I thought that would help. Of course it didn't, despite all the creepiness and the footsteps. The only weird thing that ever happened to me was that every now and again I would wake up on the bottom bunk, despite having gone to sleep on the top. This wasn't really weird, since I'd sometimes get up to pee or get something to drink, and could remember just going back to sleep on the bottom bunk. I'm only a kid, so it didn't matter. This would happen once or twice a week, but waking up on the bottom bunk wasn't too terrifying. But one night, I didn't wake up on the bottom bunk. I'd heard the footsteps, but I was far too gone to be woken up by them. And when I was awoken, it wasn't from the sound of footsteps or a nightmare, but because I was cold. Like really cold. When I opened my eyes, I saw stars. I was in the woods. I sat up immediately and tried to figure out what was going on. I thought it was a dream, but that didn't seem right. Though neither did me being in the woods. There was a deflated pool float right in front of me. One of those ones shaped like a shark. This only added to the surreal effect, but after a while it seemed like I just wasn't going to wake up because I wasn't asleep. I stood up to orient myself, but I didn't recognize these woods. I played in the woods by my house all the time, so I knew them really well, but if these weren't the same woods, then how could I get out? I took a step and felt a shooting pain in my foot, which knocked me back to where I had just been laying. I'd stepped on a thorn. By the light of the moon, I could see that they were everywhere. I looked at my other foot, but it was fine. As a matter of fact, so was the rest of me. I didn't have another scratch on me, and I wasn't even that dirty. I cried for a bit, and then I stood back up. I didn't know which way to go, so I just picked a direction. I resisted the urge to call out, since I wasn't sure I wanted to be found by who or what might be out here. I walked for what seemed like hours. I tried to walk in a straight line and tried to course correct when I made a detour, but I was a kid, and I was afraid. There weren't any howls or screams, and only once did I hear any noise that scared me. It sounded like a baby crying. I think now that it was just a cat, but I panicked. I ran, veering in different directions to avoid big thick bushes and collapsed trees. I was paying close attention to where I stepped, because by that point my feet were in pretty bad shape. Paid too much attention to where I was stepping, and not enough to where those steps were leading, because not long after hearing the cry, I saw something that filled me with a kind of despair that I haven't experienced since. It was the pool float. I was only 10 feet from where I had woken up. This wasn't magic or some supernatural space bending. I was just lost. Up until that moment, I thought more about getting out of the woods than how I got in. But being back in the beginning caused my mind to swim. Wasn't even sure that these were my woods. I'd only been hoping that they were. Had I run in a huge circle around that spot? Or did I just get turned around and start making my way back? How was I going to get out? At the time, I thought the North Star was just the brightest star, so I looked and found the brightest one and followed it. Eventually, things started to look more familiar, and when I saw the ditch, dirt ditch my friends and I would have dirt clod fights in, I knew that I had made it out. By that point, I was walking very slowly because my feet hurt so much. But I was happy to be so close to home that I broke into a light jog. When I actually saw the roof of my house over a neighboring low-set building, I let out a light sob and ran faster. I just wanted to be home. I had already decided that I wouldn't say anything because I had no idea what I could possibly say. I would get back in the house somehow, clean up, and go to bed. My heart sunk, though, as I rounded the corner, and my house came fully into view. Every light in the house was on. I knew my mom was up, and I knew I would have to explain, or try to explain, where I'd been. Couldn't even figure out where to start. My run became a jog, which became a walk. I saw her silhouette through the blinds, and although I was worried about how to explain things to her, that didn't matter to me at that point. I walked up a couple of steps to the porch and put my hand on the doorknob and turned. Right before I pushed it open, two arms wrapped around me and pulled me back. I screamed as loud as I could, "Mom, help! Help, please, Mom!" The feeling of being so close to being safe and then being physically pulled away from it filled me with a kind of dread that, even after all these years, is indescribable. The door I'd been torn away from opened, and a flash of hope shot through my heart, but it wasn't my mom. It was a man. He was enormous. I thrashed around and kicked at the shins of the person holding me, while also trying to get away from the person that had just come out of my house. I was scared, but I was furious. "Let me go! Where is she? Where's my mom? What did you do to her?" As my throat stung from screaming, and I was drawing in another breath, I became aware of a sound that had been present for longer than I'd perceived it. "Honey, please calm down. I've got you." It sounded like my mom. The arms loosened and set me down, and as a man approached me, blocking out the porch light with his head, I noticed his clothes. He was a cop. I turned to face the voice behind me and saw that it was really my mom. Everything was okay. I began to cry, and the three of us went inside. "I'm so glad you're home, sweetie. I was worried I'd never see you again." By this point, she was crying too. "I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I just wanted to come home. I'm sorry." "It's okay. Just don't ever do that again. I'm not sure me or my shins could take it." A little laughter broke through my sob, and I smiled a bit. "I'm sorry I kicked you, but why'd you have to grab me like that?" "I was just afraid that you'd run away again." I was confused. "What do you mean?" "We found your note on your pillow," she said, and pointed at the piece of paper that the police officer was sliding across the table. I picked up the note and read it. It was a running away letter. It said I was unhappy and never wanted to see her or my friends again. The police officer exchanged a few words with my mom on the porch while I stared at the letter. I didn't remember writing this letter. I didn't remember writing anything about any of this, but even if I sometimes went to the bathroom at night and didn't remember, or even if I could have gone into the woods on my own, even if all that could have been true, the only thing I knew at that point was, this isn't how I spell my name. I didn't write this letter. A couple of days ago, I posted a story called Footsteps here on No Sleep. There were a number of questions that made me curious about certain details about my childhood, so I spoke with my mother. Exacerbated by the question, she said, "Why don't you just tell them about the goddamn balloons if you're so interested?" As soon as she said it, I remembered so much about my childhood that I'd forgotten. This story will provide some greater context for the previous story, which I think you should read first, though the order isn't of vital importance. Reading that story first will put you in my place, and more effectively since I remember the events of Footsteps first. If you have questions or anything, feel free to ask, and I'll try to answer them. Also, both stories are long, so heads up on that. I'm just hesitant to leave out any details that might be important. When I was 5, I went to an elementary school that, from what I've come to understand, was really adamant about the importance of learning through activity. It was a part of a new program designed to allow children to rise at their own pace, and to facilitate this, the school encouraged teachers to come up with really inventive lesson plans. Each teacher was given the latitude to create his or her own theme, which would run the duration of the grade, and all the lessons in math, reading, etc. would be designed in the spirit of that theme. These themes were called groups. There was a space group, a sea group, an earth group, and the group I was in, community. In kindergarten in this country, you didn't learn much except how to tie your shoes and how to share, so most of it isn't very memorable. I only remember 2 things very clearly. I was the best at writing my name the right way, and the balloon project, which was really the hallmark of the community group, since it was a pretty clever way to show how a community functions at a really basic level. You've probably heard of this activity. One Friday, I remember it being Friday because I was excited about the project and it being the end of the week. Towards the beginning of the year, we walked into the classroom in the morning and saw that there were fully inflated balloons tied off, with strings taped to each desk. Sitting on each of our desks was a marker, a pen, and a piece of paper with an envelope. The project was to write on the paper, put it in the envelope, and attach it to the balloon, which we could draw pictures on, if we wanted. Most of the kids started fighting over the balloons because they wanted different colors, but I started on my note, which I had thought about. All the notes had to follow a loose structure, but we were allowed to be creative within those boundaries. My note was something like, "Hi, you found my balloon. My name is blank, and I attend blank elementary. You can keep the balloon, but I hope you write me back. I like Mighty Max, exploring, building forts, swimming, and friends. What do you like? Write me back soon. Here's $1 for the mail." On the dollar, I wrote 4 stamps right across the front, which my mom said was unnecessary, but I thought it was genius, so I did it. My teacher took a Polaroid of each of us with our balloons and had us put them in the envelopes along with our letters. They also included another letter that I assume explained the nature of the project and sincere appreciation for anyone participating in the writing back and sending photos of their cities or neighborhoods. That was the whole idea, to build a sense of community without having to leave the school, and to establish safe contact with other people. Seemed like such a fun idea. Over the next couple of weeks, the letters started rolling in. Most came with pictures of different landmarks, and each time a letter came in, the teacher would pin the picture on a big wall map that we had put up showing where the letters had come from and how far the balloon had traveled. It was a really smart idea, because we actually looked forward to coming to school to see if we had gotten our letter. For the duration of the year, we had 1 day a week where we could write back to our pen pal or another student's pen pal in case our letter didn't come in yet. Mine was one of the last to arrive. When I came into the classroom, I looked at my desk and once again didn't see any letter waiting for me. But as I sat down, the teacher approached me and handed me an envelope. I must have looked so excited because I was about to open it, but she put a hand on mine to stop me and said, Please don't be upset." I didn't understand what she meant. Why would I be upset now that my letter had come in? Initially, I was mystified that she would even know what was in the envelope, but now I realized that of course the teachers had screened the contents to make sure that there was nothing obscene. But all the same, how could I be disappointed? When I opened the envelope, I understood. There was no letter. The only thing in the envelope was a Polaroid, but I couldn't make out what it was. Looked like a patch of desert, but it was too blurry to decipher. It appeared as if the camera had been moved while the picture was being taken. There was no return address, so I couldn't even write back if I wanted to. I was crushed. The school year pressed on, and the letters had stopped coming for nearly all the other students. After all, you can only continue a written correspondence with a kindergartner for so long. Everyone, including myself, had lost interest in the letters almost completely. Then I got another envelope. My excitement was rejuvenated, and I reveled in the fact that I was still getting a letter when most of the other pen pals had abandoned their involvement. It made sense that I received another delivery. There'd been nothing but a blurry picture on the first one, so it was probably to make up for that. But again, there was no letter, just another picture. This one was more distinguishable, but I still didn't understand it. The photograph was angled way up, catching the top corner of a building, and the rest of the image was distorted by a lens flare from the sun. Because the balloons didn't travel very far, and because they were all launched on the same day, the board became a bit cluttered, so the policy for students still exchanging letters became that they could take the photos home. My best friend Josh had the second highest number of pictures taken home by the end of the year. His pen pal was really cooperative and sent him pictures from all around the neighborhood. Josh took home, I think, 4 pictures. I took home nearly 50. The envelopes were all opened by the teacher, but after a while, I stopped even looking at the pictures. However, I saved them in one of my drawers that housed my collection of rocks and baseball cards and comic books and stuff. Marvel metal cards, for those who might remember, and little miniature baseball batting helmets that I'd get out of vending machines at Winn-Dixie after t-ball games. With the school year over, my attention turned to other things. My mom had gotten me a small snow cone machine for Christmas that year, and Josh had really coveted it, so much that his parents had bought him a slightly nicer one for his birthday, which was towards the end of the school year. That summer, we had the idea that we could set up a snow cone stand to make money. We thought we'd make a fortune selling snow cones at $1. Josh lived in a different neighborhood, but we eventually decided that my neighborhood would be better because there were a lot of people who cared for their lawns. The yards in my neighborhood were slightly bigger. We did this for 5 weeks in a row until my mom told us that we had to stop, and I've only recently come to understand why she did that. On the 5th weekend, Josh and I were counting our money because we both had a machine. We each had separate stacks of money that we put together into one stack, and we split it evenly. We'd made a total of $16 that day, and as Josh paid out my 5th dollar, a feeling of profound surprise consumed me. The dollar said 4 stamps. Josh noticed my shock and asked if he'd miscounted. I told him about the dollar, and he said, "That's so cool, man." As I thought about it, I came to agree. The idea that the dollar had made it right back to me after changing so many hands floored me. I rushed inside to tell my mom, but my excitement, coupled with her being distracted by a phone call, made my story incomprehensible, and she responded simply by saying, "Oh wow, that's neat." Frustrated, I ran back outside and told Josh I had something to show him. Back in my room, I opened my drawer and took out the stack of envelopes and showed him some of the pictures. I started with the first picture, and as we went through about 10 of them, Josh lost interest and asked if I wanted to play in the ditch, dirt ditch down by the street from my house, before his mom came to pick us up. So that's what we did. We had a dirt war for a while, but it was interrupted several times by rustling in the woods around us. There were raccoons and stray cats that lived in there, but this was making a little too much noise, and we traded guesses on what it was as we attempted to scare each other. My last guess was that it was a mummy, but in the end, Josh kept insisting that it was a robot because of the sounds that we heard. Before we left, he got a little serious and looked me right in the eye and said, "You heard it, didn't you? Sounds like a robot. You heard it too, right?" I had heard it, and since it sounded mechanical, I agreed that it was probably a robot. It's only now that I understand what we heard. When we got back, Josh's mom was waiting for him in the kitchen with my mom. Josh told his mom about the robot. Our moms laughed, and Josh went home. My mom and I ate dinner, and then I went to bed. I didn't stay in bed for long because I crept out and decided that due to the day's events, I would revisit the envelopes, since now the whole affair seemed much more interesting. I took the first envelope and set it on the floor and set the blurry desert Polaroid on top. I laid the second envelope next to it and placed the oddly angled Polaroid of a building top corner, and did this with the other pictures until they formed a grid that was about 5 by 10. I was always taught to be careful with things that I was collecting, even if I wasn't sure they were valuable. I noticed that the pictures gradually became more decipherable. There was a tree with a bird on it, a speed limit sign, power lines, a group of people walking into some buildings. Then I saw something that vexed me so powerfully that I can now, as I write this, distinctly remember feeling dizzy and capable of only repeating a single thought. Why am I in this picture? In this photograph of a group of people entering the building, I saw myself holding hands with my mom in the very back of the crowd. We were at the very edge of the photo, but it was undeniably us. As my eyes swam over the sea of Polaroids, I became increasingly anxious. It was a really odd feeling. It wasn't fear, it was the feeling you get when you're in trouble. I'm not sure why I was flooded with that feeling, but there I sat, floundering in the distinct sense that I'd done something wrong. And this feeling only intensified as I looked at the rest of the photos, one after another. I was so powerfully struck. I was in every photo. None of them were close shots, none of them were only of me, but I was in every single one of them. Off to the side, or in the back, bottom of the frame. Some of them only had the tiniest bit of my face captured at the very edge of the photo. But nevertheless, I was there. I was always there. I didn't know what to do. Your mind works in funny ways as a kid, but there was a large part of me that was afraid of getting in trouble simply for being up. Since I already had the looming feeling of doing something wrong, I decided that I'd wait until tomorrow. The next day, my mom was off work and spent most of the morning cleaning up around the house. I watched cartoons, I imagined, and waited until I thought it was a good time to show her the Polaroids. When she went out to get the mail, I grabbed a couple of the pictures and put them on the table in front of me as I sat waiting for her to come in. When she returned, she was already opening the mail and threw some junk mail in the trash can as I said, "Mom, can you come here for a second? I have these pictures. Just give me a minute, honey. I need to mark these on the calendar." After a minute or two, she came and stood behind me and asked what I needed. I could hear her shuffling with the mail behind me, but I just looked at the Polaroids and told her about them. As I explained more and pointed to the pictures, her frequent uh-huhs and okays decreased, and it was like she was suddenly completely quiet and only making a little noise with the mail. The next noise I heard was her sounding as if she was trying to catch her breath in a room that had no air left in it. At last, her struggling gasps were conquered, and she simply dropped the remaining mail on the table and ran to the kitchen to get the phone. "Mom, I'm sorry. I didn't know about these. Don't get mad at me." With the phone pressed to her ear, she was walking, running back and forth, and shouting into it. I nervously fiddled with the mail, sitting next to my Polaroids. The top envelope had something sticking out of it, and thoughtlessly and anxiously pulled it out until it came. It was another Polaroid. Confused, I thought that somehow one of my Polaroids had slipped into the stack when she threw the mail down. But when I turned it over and looked at it, I realized that I hadn't seen this one before. To my dismay, it was me, but this one was a much closer shot. I was surrounded by trees and was smiling, but it wasn't just me, I noticed. Josh was there too. This was from yesterday. I started yelling for my mom, who was still screaming into the phone. I repeatedly yelled for her until she finally responded, "What?" And I could only think to ask, "Who are you calling?" "I'm talking to the police, honey." "But why? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do anything." She answered me with a response that I never understood until I was forced to revisit these events from the earliest years of my life. She grabbed the envelope off the table, and the picture of Josh and I spun and slid, landing next to the other Polaroids in front of me. She held the envelope up to my eye, but I could only look at her and watch as all the color began to drain out of her face. With tears welling up in her eyes, she said that she had to call the police because there was no postmark on the envelope. For those of you who have read my other stories and asked if there was more and received cryptic answers from me, I want to apologize for being dishonest. I said several times in the comments that nothing really happened after footsteps, but that wasn't true. The events of the following story weren't locked away in the recesses of my mind. I've always remembered them. It wasn't until I remembered balloons and spoke with my mother about the following events that I realized how intertwined this story was with everything else, but I originally hadn't really planned on sharing this with anyone. My desire to withhold this memory was due mostly to the fact that I didn't think I showed good judgment in it. I also wanted consent from another person to tell it, so as to not misinterpret what transpired. I didn't expect there to be a lot of interest in my other stories, so I never thought I'd really get pressed for more information, and I would have been happy to keep this to myself for the rest of my life. I haven't been able to reach the other party, but I would feel disingenuous withholding this story from those who wanted more information, now that I've spoken to my mother and another connecting line has been drawn. What follows is as accurate a recollection as I could manage. I apologize again for the length. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my room that seemed almost destined for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple of days, after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would sit in the lowest branches, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would play on the tree when she washed dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my ability grew, and before too long, I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced. I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end, I would reach the highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon I tried to step from one branch before I was firmly grasping the next one. I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really badly in 2 places. My mom was running towards me, yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast, and I wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom Must have felt terrible, because the day before I started school, she bought me a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down and he crawled into my empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor, I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture, so as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and again, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard, chasing bugs or lizards or something, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he would learn that the sound of the can opener might signal it, and he'd come running whenever he heard it. This conditioning came in handy later because towards the end of our time in that particular house, Boxes would get out more and more often and would run under the house into the crawl space, where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back and run it right outside the hole that Boxes had gone through. Eventually, he would emerge with this loud meow, looking excited by the sound and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to Boxes. The last time he escaped to the underside of the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market, and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out for a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in boxes would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Boxes got out, as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go into the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said we weren't moving until the end of next year, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing, but my mom said sometimes it was easier to replace things than pack them up and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh and say goodbye, but she said that we should call him from our new house. Then we left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh over the years, which is surprising since we were no longer at the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, so they would accommodate our desires to see each other by driving us back and forth for sleepovers sometimes, even most weekends. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that would last for days if the walkie-talkies weren't used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had seen in the movies, and they worked pretty good. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends by the time we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful, even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night, because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night, and I was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered, by what she had told me, that she hadn't seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing because he didn't come home before I got back, and she knew I'd be devastated, not only at his absence, but that she had kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weeks later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew their way home, and that he would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it out loud. What if Boxes thought of the wrong home? Josh was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. Yeah, but he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house, a couple of neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as his home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow, and he can take us over there so we can have a look. No, we won't, man. My mom said that we couldn't ever go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. No, if we get spotted, your dad'll find out, and then so will my mom. We'll have to go by ourselves. We'll have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board, since he was usually the one to come up with the ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be pretty easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlights and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get to Josh's house from my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns and go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, then they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through those woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were going, but Josh seemed confident enough that it bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie-talkie when I heard him say, "Hey man, want to go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool float. This was where I'd woken up in those woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free as I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked towards him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of the small clearing. But I regained my balance and stopped right at the edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night because it was in the same spot where I'd woken up. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there and you were just laying here joking around on this float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Josh's smile inverted and he suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't quite manage due to the awkward way he'd been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown as he thrashed around and shone it on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. There it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both walked and ran into the woods, taking the screeching with us. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I'd rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what had transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering the last time how incandescent it was. But this time all the lights were off. From a distance I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind backtracked the memories, I realized that I wouldn't be back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe of how all the events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze. And overall, the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owner if they cared so little about where they lived? Then I realized it. There was no new owner. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our new house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It'd be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than yours." "Hey, man. Okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out." "Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it." "Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared," I said, holding my fist over my upturned hand. "Fine, but we go on shoot, not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, not 1, 2, 3. "I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who's always messing it up, and it's 2 out of 3. I lost, though. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under the house for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since we had the can opener trick, but when she had to do it, she hated it, especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said it was actually better that boxes ran under here, despite how hard it would be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading going under there. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie-talkie and began to crawl in, a powerful smell overtaking me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. "Josh, are you there? This is Macho Man. Come back. Josh, cut it out. Something wrong down here." "What do you mean?" "It stinks. It smells like something died." "Is it boxes?" "I really hope not." I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the light, but you had to be inside to see from the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space, but even inside I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that boxes had come down here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around, but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. Jesus Christ! Escaped my trembling mouth. It was hideous and twisted, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. What is it? Are you okay? Is it boxes? I reached for the walkie. No, it's not boxes. What the hell is it then? I don't know. I shined the light at it again and looked at it with less fear. I chuckled. It's a raccoon. Well, keep looking. I'm going to go into the house and see if he might have made it in somehow. What? No, Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and he runs out? He can't. I put the board back. I looked and saw he was telling the truth. Why'd you do that? Don't worry, man. You can move it easily. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out and I missed him, then he's gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you can move it yourself while I look in the house. Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway. Okay, but be careful. And don't touch anything. There's a bunch of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there and see if he crawled in one. Just make sure you bring your walkie. Roger that, good buddy. I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the street lights that cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me. Josh, is that you? Breaker, this is Macho Man coming back at you, Tango Foxtrot. The Eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine? Over. Asshole. Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that? Over. I could hear him laughing without the walkie-talkie, and I started laughing too. I heard the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my old room. Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here? I don't see any. Yeah, there should be a couple of boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check and see if maybe they put the boxes in the closet when you left. I started thinking that maybe my mom had come back and gotten the clothes and just given them away because I'd outgrown them. But I remembered leaving boxes in there. I didn't even have time to close the last one before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he'd found, I kicked out my leg, which was starting to fall asleep because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something in it that I recognized. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come down here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely that boxes would come back to this place. That's pretty cool, Mom, I thought. I found your clothes. Oh, cool. Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in the closet. They're hanging up. I felt a chill. That was impossible. I'd packed all my clothes, even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left. I remembered packing them and thinking it was stupid for me to have to get clothes out of the box and then put them back in it. I'd packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them. Ha! Wow, you sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your wall, man. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There's a bunch of them. What, did you hire someone to... Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I'd switched it off or something. It was fine. I could hear footsteps, but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard him? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps. Heavy, dragging footsteps. And then a loud thud. Oh God, Josh! He had been found. I was sure of it. The person had found him and he was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes, and then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under the house? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor and... Oh God, the bag. I think it's moving. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go get help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there frozen. As I lay, unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house. There it was, right under my room. I moved the flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals. Dozens of them. All of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among those corpses? Was this what the cat food had been for? Seeing this broke my shock as I knew that I had to get out of there. I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. God damn you, Josh, I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that was full of fear. As I continued pushing, I felt the boards move, but I knew it wasn't me who was moving it. I heard footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming, and filling the brief silence between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie, ready to try to defend myself as the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me. Let's go, man, right now. It was Josh. Thank God. I scrambled out of the opening, holding the flashlight and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped, but Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it, and I told him to just forget it. We had to move. Behind us, I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds. And we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it had really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep. We sat peering out the window, waiting for him. I went home later that day, as it was already 3 a.m. I told my mom the basics of the story a couple of days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I had put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was dangerous? She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of and locked eyes with mine, whispering that she was afraid of being overheard. Because I never put any blankets or bowls under the house for boxes, you weren't the only one to find them. It felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understand why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew he had made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word and didn't finish the story for her, but I wanted to finish it here for you guys. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor as it scattered everywhere. I didn't care, I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes mewing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had only waited a day, that the events of the night before wouldn't have happened at all, but that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glimpse of the light off his eyes. The cries continued, and I followed them. It was coming from under my bed. I laughed a little, thinking he had just crawled under the house looking for me, and now he was much better. His mews were being muffled by a shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, Boxes!" His cries were coming from the walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home. There was a comment in the last post that made me remember an event from my childhood that I always took as odd, but never considered it to be related to any of these stories. I know now that it is. It's funny how memories work. The details might all be present in your mind, though scattered and disarrayed. Then a single thought can stitch them back together almost instantly. I never thought of these events much because I was focused on the wrong details. I went back to my mother's home and went through my old childhood schoolwork, looking for something that I think is important. I couldn't find it, but I'll keep looking. Again, sorry for the length. Most old cities, and the neighborhoods in them, weren't planned with the thought that the population would begin to grow exponentially, and it would have to be accommodated. The layout of the roads is generally originally in response to geographical restrictions and the necessity of connecting points of economic importance. Once the connecting roads are established, new businesses and roads are positioned strategically along the existing skeleton, and eventually the paths carved into the earth are immortalized in asphalt, leaving room only for minor modifications, additions, and alterations, but never any dramatic changes. My childhood neighborhood must have been old. If the straight lines move as the crow flies, then my neighborhood must have been based on the travels of a snake. The first house built must have been placed around the lake, and gradually the inhabitants of the area increased as new extensions were built off the original path. But these new extensions all ended abruptly at one point or another. There was only one entrance or exit for the entire neighborhood. Many of these extensions were limited by a tributary, which both fed and drank from the lake and passed right by what I came to call, and have called in these stories, the ditch. Many of the original homes had enormous yards, but some of those original plots had been divided, leaving properties with smaller and smaller boundaries. An aerial view of my neighborhood would give one the impression that an enormous squid had once died in the woods, and some adventuring entrepreneurs found the corpse and paved the roads over the tentacles, only to withdraw this involvement and leave time, greed, and desperation to divide up the land amongst the prosperous homeowners, like an embarrassing attempt at the golden ratio. From my porch, you could see the old houses that surrounded the lake, but the house of Miss Maggie was my favorite. She was, as best as I can remember, about 80 years old, but despite that, she was one of the friendliest people I'd ever met. She had a head of those loose-set white curls, and always wore light dresses with floral patterns. She would talk to me and John from her deck porch when we were swimming in the lake, and she would always invite us in for snacks. She said that she was lonely because her husband Tom was always away on business, but Josh and I would always decline her invitation because, as nice as Miss Maggie was, there was still something a bit odd about her. Every now and then we would swim away and she would say, "Chris, John, you're welcome here any time," and we would hear her still yelling that when we were walking back into our houses. Miss Maggie, like many of the older homeowners, had a sprinkler system that was on a timer, though at some point over the years her timer must have broken, because the sprinklers would come on at various points during the day, and often even at night all year. While it never got cold enough to snow very much, several times each winter I would go outside in the morning and see Miss Maggie's yard transformed into a surreal Arctic paradise by the frozen water. Each other yard stood sterilized and dry by the biting frost of the winter cold, but right in the middle of the bleak reminder of the savagery of the season was an oasis of beautiful ice hanging like stalagmites from every branch of every tree and every leaf, even the bushes. As the sun rose, it reflected off, and each piece of ice splintered the sun into a rainbow that would only be viewed briefly before it blinded you. Even as a child, I was struck by how beautiful it was, and often Josh and I would go over there and walk on the iced grass and have sword fights with the icicles. I once asked my mom why she left it on like that, and she seemed to search for an explanation before she finally answered. "Well, sweetie, Miss Maggie's sick a lot, and sometimes when she gets really sick, she gets confused. That's why she messes up yours and Josh's names sometimes. She doesn't mean to, but sometimes she just can't remember. She lives in that big house all by herself, so it's okay if you talk to her when you swim in the lake. But when she invites you in, you should always say no. Be polite, so her feelings don't get hurt." "But she'll be less lonely when her husband comes back, though, right? How long will he be away on business? It seems like he's always away." My mom seemed to struggle, and I could see that she had become pretty upset. Finally, she answered, "Honey, Tom's not going to come home. Tom's in heaven. He died years and years ago, but Miss Maggie doesn't remember. She gets confused and forgets, but Tom's not ever coming home. If someone moved in with her, she might even think it was Tom, but he's gone, sweetie." I would have only been around 5 or 6 when she told me that, and while I didn't understand it completely, I was profoundly sad for Miss Maggie. I know now that Miss Maggie had Alzheimer's. She and her husband Tom had 2 sons, Chris and John. The two had worked out payment plans with the utility company and paid for Miss Maggie's water and electricity, but they never came to visit. I don't know if something happened between them, or if it was the illness, or maybe they just lived too far away, but they never came around. I have no idea what they look like, but there were times when Miss Maggie must have thought that Josh and I looked like they did when they were kids. I guess maybe she saw what some parts of her mind so desperately wanted to see, ignoring the images transmitted down her optic nerves, and just for a little while, showing her what used to be. I realize only now how lonely she must have been. Anyway, during the summer after kindergarten, before the events of balloons, Josh and I had taken to exploring the woods near my house, as well as the tributaries and the lake. We knew that the woods between our houses were connected, and we thought it would be neat if the lake near my house was somehow connected to the creek around his. So we resolved to find out. We were going to make a map. The plan was to make 2 separate maps and then combine them. We would make one map exploring the area around the creek near Josh's house, and make another following the outflow from my lake. Originally, we were going to make one map, but we realized that it wasn't possible since I had started drawing the map of my area so huge that the route to his house wouldn't really be to scale. We kept the map from the lake at my house and the map from the creek at his house, and we would add to each when we stayed the night at the other's house. For the first couple of weeks, it went really well. We would walk through the woods along the water and pause every couple of minutes to add to the map, and it seemed like the 2 maps would come together one day. We had no equipment needed for this job, not even a compass, but we tried to make do. We had the idea to put a stick in the ground when we'd reach the end of a venture, so that if we came to the stick in the other direction the next weekend, we would know that we had joined the maps. We might have been the world's worst cartographers. Eventually, however, the woods became too thick near the water coming from the lake, and we were unable to proceed any further. We lost interest in the whole project after a bit, and reduced our exploration significantly, though not completely, when we started selling snow cones. After I showed my mom all the pictures that I'd taken home from school, and she took away my snow cone machine, our interest in the maps kind of had a revitalization. We had to come up with another plan, although I didn't understand why. My mom had placed what I considered to be extremely severe restrictions on what I could do and where I could go, and I had to check in frequently if I went outside to play with Josh. This meant that we couldn't stay in the woods for hours and continue to look for a new path. We thought that we could just swim when we got to the cutoff in the woods, but that clearly wouldn't work since the map would get wet. We tried going faster when we were coming from Josh's house, but we eventually ran into the same problem. Then we had a brilliant idea. We would build a raft. Due to the construction in the neighborhood, there was a lot of scrap building materials that the company would set in the ditch to keep it out of the road and off the site since they no longer needed it for building. We originally conceived of a formidable ship, complete with a mast and an anchor, but that quickly diminished into something more manageable. We set aside the wood and took several large pieces of styrofoam that were backed with foam board and tied them together with ropes and kite string. We launched our vessel a little down from Miss Maggie's and waved a farewell to her as she motioned to us to come her way, but there was no stopping now. The raft worked pretty well, and while we both behaved and spoke as if the functionality of the raft was a given, I knew at least it was a little surprising. We each had a fairly long tree branch to use as a paddle, but we found it was easier to simply push against the land under the water than to actually use them as intended. When the water became too deep, we'd simply lie on our stomachs and use our hands to paddle the water, which still worked, albeit less well. The first time we had to resort to that method of propulsion, I remember thinking that, from above, it must look like a colossal fat man with tiny arms coming out for a swim. It actually took us several trips to get the raft to the impassable patch of wood that marked the farthest that we had made it. After we had come up with the idea of marking the ground with the sticks, we had taken to running through the woods until we got to the sticks, and then, as carefully and precisely as we could, we would chart our course. This meant that the impasse was actually quite a bit away, so to sail from around my house all the way to the blockade in the woods was taking longer than expected. We would sail for a bit and then dock the raft, and then the next time we'd run through the woods to the raft and go a little farther. We continued this well into the first grade. Josh and I were assigned to different groups that year, so since we didn't really see one another during the school day, our parents were more willing to let us hang out all weekend with each other. What's more, Josh's dad had taken on a lengthy construction job that required him to work over the weekend, and his mother was on call, so that meant that Josh could stay at my house most every weekend. We should have been making excellent progress, but when we finally made it to the impasse and had the opportunity to explore past it, we couldn't find a place to dock the raft. The woods were simply too thick, and the water had eroded the land to the point that it was nearly a 2-foot rise of earth above the tributary, which exposed the twisting, damp roots of the trees above. We'd have to turn back every time and leave the raft at the same thicket of trees that prompted us to build it in the first place. Even worse, winter had arrived, so we couldn't justify leaving the house in our swimsuits. We were getting nowhere. We always had to come home before we could gain much ground. On a Saturday, around 7 p.m., Josh and I were playing when one of my mother's co-workers knocked on the door. Her name was Samantha, and I remember her well now. I would propose to her a couple of years later when I was visiting my mom at work. My mom said that she had to go to work and fix a problem that had arisen, and that she'd be back in about 2 hours. Her car was being repaired, so she'd have to ride with Samantha, but I gathered that the problem was somehow Samantha's fault, and discussing it in the car was why it would only take 2 hours. She said that under no circumstances were we to leave the house or to open the door for anyone, and she was in the middle of explaining that she would call every hour when she got there to check in, but she ended that statement prematurely when she remembered that our phone had been turned off for delinquent payments. This was why Samantha had come by unannounced. She looked me dead in the eye as she was closing the door and said, "Stay put." This was our chance. We watched her drive down the serpentine road towards the exit, and as soon as the car rounded the last visible bend, we ran back to my room. I dumped my backpack out while Josh grabbed the map. "Hey, do you have a flashlight?" Josh asked. "No, but we'll be back before dark. I was thinking just in case we should have one. My mom has one, but I don't know where she keeps it. Wait!" I ran into my closet and pulled a box down off the top shelf. "You have a flashlight in there?" Josh asked. "Not exactly." I opened the box and revealed 3 Roman candles that I had taken from a pile that my mother had amassed for the 4th of July the last summer, along with a lighter that I had managed to take from her several months ago. This would ensure that we at least had some light if we needed it. This was a little bit before I had been given an opportunity to be afraid of the woods at night, so it wasn't fear that motivated our search for a light source, only practicality. We threw it all in the backpack and bolted for the back door, making sure to close it so boxes couldn't get out. We had about an hour and 50 minutes left. We ran through the woods as fast as we could and made it to the raft about 15 minutes later. We had our bathing suits on under our clothes, so we stripped out of our t-shirts and shorts and left them in 2 separate piles about 4 feet from the edge of the water. We untied the raft from the tree, grabbed our branch paddles, and cast it off. We tried to move as rapidly as we could to reach a point beyond the content of our ever-expanding map, as we didn't have time to waste seeing old sights. We knew that we were slower in the river than on land, and that we would be in the raft for quite a while after the cutoff since the woods were too thick to walk through, and there wasn't a place to dock. This meant that we'd have to ride the raft back to the original docking site when and if we found a new place to dock it further ahead. After we passed the last charted part of the map, the water began to get really deep, and eventually we could no longer touch the bottom with our paddles, so we lay on our stomachs and paddled with our hands. It was getting darker, and as a result, it was becoming harder to distinguish the trees from one another, and we were both becoming slightly unnerved. In the interest of making good time, we were paddling fast with our arms, but this caused a lot of noise as our hands repeatedly confronted and then broke through the water's surface tension. During these periods, we would both hear the crunching of dead leaves and the snapping of fallen sticks in the woods to our right. As we would slow our pace and quiet our actions, the rustling in the woods would cease, and we began to wonder if we were ever going to get out of there. We didn't know what kinds of animals resided this far in the woods, but we did know that we didn't want to find out either. As Josh amended the map that I was illuminating with the lighter, we were suddenly confronted by the fact that the sounds were not imaginary. Rapidly and rhythmically, we heard crunch, snap, crunch. It seemed to be moving slightly away from us, pushing through the woods just beyond our map. It had become too dark to see. We had misjudged how long the sun would linger. Nervously, I called out, "Hello?" There was a brief moment of breathless tension as we lay static in the water. The silence was suddenly broken by laughter. "Hello?" Josh cackled. "So what?" "Hello, Mr. Monster in the Woods. I know you're sneaking around, but maybe you'll answer my hello. Hello!" I realized how stupid it was. Whatever animal it was, it couldn't respond. I hadn't even realized I'd said it until afterwards, but if anything was actually there, I obviously wouldn't get a reply. Josh continued, "Hello!" in a high falsetto. "Hello!" I countered, with as deep a baritone as I could manage. "Hello there, mate. Hello, beep boop. Hello!" We continued mocking each other and were in the process of turning the raft around to head back when we heard, "Hello!" It was whispered and focused as if it were powered by the last breath in a pair of deflated lungs, but it didn't sound sickly. It had come from the spot just off the map, which now sat behind us since we were turning the raft around. I slowly shifted on the raft and faced the direction of the sound as I fumbled with the Roman candle. I wanted to see. "What are you doing?" Josh hissed, but I had already lit it. As the sparking fuse sunk into the wrapper, I held it towards the sky. I had never actually shot one of these myself, and I thought to just use it like a flare in the movies. A glowing green orb rocketed out towards the stars and then quickly extinguished. I lowered my arm towards the horizon. I could remember that there were several colors, but I couldn't remember how many times one of those fired before it had been depleted. A second ball of red light burst out and fizzled across the trees, but I still saw nothing. "Let's get out of here, man," Josh pressed, as he turned his face in the direction back home and began paddling again. "Just one more." Lowering my arm directly at the woods in front of me, another red ball of fire was launched from the tube. It traveled straight ahead until it collided with a tree, briefly exploding the light in a much greater diameter. Still nothing. I dropped the firework into the water and watched as one more struggling fireball burst free, only to quickly die, suffocated beneath the water. As we began paddling in the direction towards my house, we heard a loud and unconcealed rustle in the woods. The breaking of branches and the trampling of fallen leaves overpowered the sound of our splashing. It was running. In our panic, we jostled the raft too violently, and I felt one of the ropes under my chest loosen. "Josh, be careful!" But it was too late. Our raft was breaking. Before too long, it had completely fallen apart. We each held on to a separate piece of styrofoam, but the pieces weren't big enough to keep us completely afloat, and our legs dangled into the winter water. "Josh, quick!" I yelled, as I pointed at the water right next to him. He scrambled, but it was too cold to move quickly, and we both watched as the map floated away. "I'm cold, man," Josh shuddered dejectedly. "Let's get out of the water." We approached the shore, but each time we attempted to pull ourselves out, we'd hear the frantic rustling thundering towards us from the woods. Eventually, we were too cold and weak to even try anymore. Steadily, we kicked our legs and found ourselves nearing the dock site. We toppled off the debris and tried to pull it onto land, but Josh's piece slipped away and floated in the direction of the lake. We took off our swimming suits and were desperate to get into our dry clothes to shield us from the biting chill in the air. I slid my shorts on, but there was something wrong. I turned to Josh. "Where's my shirt?" He shrugged and suggested maybe it got knocked into the water and floated into the lake. I told Josh to go back to my house. and to just say that we were playing hide and seek if my mom was home. I had to try to find my shirt. I ran behind the houses and peered out over the water and scooted along the shoreline. It occurred to me that with any luck, maybe I could find the map too. I was moving pretty fast because I needed to get home, and I was about to give up when my concentration was interrupted by a sound coming from just behind me. "Hello?" I whipped around. It was Miss Maggie. I had never seen her at night before, and in the poor light, she looked extremely frail. The usual warmth that wrapped her manner seemed to have been snuffed out by the chill. I couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile, and her face looked strange. "Hello, Miss Maggie." "Oh, hello, Chris." The warmth and the smile had returned to her, even if her memories had not. "I couldn't see if it was you in the dark there." Jokingly, I asked her if she was going to invite me in for a snack, but she said maybe another time. I was too busy looking for my map and my shirt to really engage with her, but she sounded happy, so I didn't feel too bad. She said a couple of other things, but I was too distracted to pay attention. I said goodnight and ran down her driveway towards my house. Behind me, I could hear her walking across the frozen yard, but I didn't turn around to wave. I had to get home. I made it home a couple of minutes before my mom did, and by the time she came in, Josh and I were already changed and warming up. We'd gotten away with it, even though we'd lost the map. "Couldn't find it?" "Nah, but I saw Miss Maggie. She called me Chris again. I'm telling you, dude, just be glad that you've never seen her at night." We both laughed, and he asked if she had invited me in for snacks, joking that the snacks must be terrible since she couldn't give them away. I told him that she didn't, and he was surprised, and now that I had time to think about it, I was too. Literally every time we had seen her, she'd invited us in for snacks, and here I had, albeit sarcastically, invited myself, and she'd said no. As Josh and I talked more about Miss Maggie, I suddenly realized that the lighter might still be in my pocket, and that it might be a disaster if my mom had found it. I grabbed the shorts off the floor and patted the pocket. I felt something, but it wasn't a lighter. From my back pocket, I slid out a folded piece of paper, and my heart leapt. The map, I thought, but I watched it float away. As I unfolded the paper, my stomach turned as I tried to understand what I was seeing. Drawn on the paper, inside of a large oval, were two stick figures holding hands. One was much larger than the other, but neither had faces. The paper was torn, so a part of it was missing, and there were numbers written near the top right corner. It was either a 15 or a 16. Nervously, I handed it to Josh and asked him if he had put it in my pocket at some point. He scoffed at the idea and asked why I was so upset. I pointed towards the smaller figure and what was written next to it. It had my initials. I shook it off and told Josh the rest of the conversation between Miss Maggie and I. I had always attributed the odd exchange to her being sick until revisiting the events in my mind years later. As I think about it now, the feeling of profound sadness for Miss Maggie returned, but it was augmented by a looming feeling of despair when I think about why she said maybe another time. I knew what she had said, but I didn't understand what it might have meant that night. I didn't understand what her words had meant weeks later when I watched men in strange orange biohazard suits carry what I thought was a black bag full of garbage out of her house, or why the whole neighborhood smelled like death that day. I still don't understand why they condemned the house and boarded it up a little while before she moved. But I understand now. I understand why her last words to me were so important, even if neither she nor I realized it at the time. Miss Maggie had told me that night that Tom had come home, but I know now who had really moved in, just as I know now why I never saw her body brought out on a stretcher. The bags weren't full of garbage. So, I've intentionally withheld some details from a lot of my stories. I've let my hopes concerning the way things might influence my evaluation of the way they are. I don't think there's any point to that anymore. At the end of the summer, between kindergarten and first grade, I caught the stomach flu. This was all the components of the regular flu. However, with the stomach flu, you throw up in a bucket, and not the toilet because you're sitting on it, the sickness getting purged from both ends. That lasted about 10 days, but just before it passed, the sickness was granted an extension in the form of pink eye. My eyelids were so fused together by the dried mucus generated through the night that the first day I awoke with the infection, I thought I'd gone blind. When I started first grade, I had a kink in my neck from the 10 days of bed rest and 2 swollen, bloodshot eyes. Josh was in another group and didn't have my lunch, so in a cafeteria bursting with 200 kids, I still had a table to myself. I started keeping spare food in my backpack that I would take into the bathroom to eat after lunch, since my school meals were usually confiscated by older kids who knew I wouldn't stand up to them, since I had no one to stand up with me. This dynamic persisted even after my condition cleared up, since no one wanted to be friends with the kid who got bullied, lest they get bullied themselves. The only reason they stopped was due to the actions of a kid named Alex. Alex was in the 3rd grade and was bigger than most of the other kids in my grade. Around the 3rd week of school, he started sitting with me at lunch, and this put an immediate end to my food shortage. He was nice enough, but he seemed kind of slow. We never really talked at length, except for when I finally decided to ask why he had been sitting with me. Turned out he had a crush on Josh's sister, Veronica. Veronica was in the 4th grade and was probably the prettiest girl in school. Even as a 6-year-old who fully endorsed the notion that girls were icky, I still knew how pretty Veronica was. When she was in the 3rd grade, Josh told me that 2 boys had actually gotten into a fist fight, which had erupted after an argument concerning the significance of a message that she had written in their yearbooks. One of the boys eventually hit the other in the forehead with the corner of the yearbook, and the wound required stitches to close. While not one of those 2 boys, Alex wanted her to like him, and confessed that he knew Josh and I were best friends. I gathered that he was hoping I would pass along his good deed to Veronica, and that she would be so moved by his selflessness that she would take an interest in him. If I told her, he would continue to sit with me for as long as I needed him to. Because this was during the time when Josh mostly stayed at my house building the raft and navigating tributaries with me, I didn't have the chance to bring it up to Veronica because I simply didn't see her. I told Josh about it, and he made fun of Alex, but said that he would tell his sister since I wanted him to. I doubted that he did. Josh was annoyed that people seemed to be so taken with his sister. I remembered him calling her an ugly crow. I never said anything to Josh, but I remember wanting to say, even then, that she was pretty and that one day she would probably be beautiful. I was right. When I was 15, I was seeing a movie at a place my friend and I had come to call the Dirt Theater. It was probably nice at some point, but time had neglected and weathered the place severely. The theater was mostly tables and chairs on floor level, so when the theater was full, there were very few places you could sit and see the whole screen. The theater was still open, I imagine, for 3 reasons. 1, it was cheap to see a movie there. 2, they showed a different cult movie twice a month at midnight. And 3, they sold beer to underage kids during the midnight showings. I went for the first 2, and that night they were showing Scanners by David Cronenberg for $1. My friends and I were sitting in the back. I wanted to sit closer to the front for a better view, but Ryan had driven us, so I relented. A couple of minutes before the movie started, a group of girls walked in. They were all pretty attractive, but whatever beauty they might have had was eclipsed by the girl with the dirty blonde hair. As she turned to move her seat, I caught a full glimpse of her face, and the feeling of butterflies in my stomach was intense. Turned out, it was Veronica. I hadn't seen her in a long time. Josh and I had saw progressively less of one another after we snuck out to the old house that night when we were 10, and usually when I'd visited him, she'd been out with friends. While everyone stared at the screen, I stared at Veronica, only looking away when that feeling that I was being a creep overcame me. But that feeling would quickly subside, and my eyes would return to her. She really was beautiful, just like I had thought she would be when I was a kid. When the credits started to roll, my friends got up and left. There was only one exit, and they didn't want to be trapped waiting for the crowd to clear. I lingered in hopes of catching Veronica's attention, and she and her friends walked by, so I took my chance. "Hey, Veronica." She turned towards me, looking a little startled. "Yes?" I got out of my seat and stepped into the light coming through the open door. "It's me, Josh's old friend from way back. How have you been?" "Oh my God, hey, it's been so long." She motioned to her friends and said she'd be out in a second. "Yeah, a few years at least. Not since the last time I stayed at Josh's. How is he, anyway?" "Oh, that's right. I remember all you guys' games. Do you still play Ninja Turtles with your friends?" She laughed a little, and I blushed. "No, I'm not a kid anymore. Me and my friends play X-Men now," I said, really hoping she'd laugh. She did. "You're cute. Do you come to see movies here every time?" I was still reeling from what she had said. Does she really think I'm cute? Did she just mean it to be funny? Does she think I'm attractive? I suddenly realized that she'd asked me a question, and my mind grasped at what it was. "Yeah," I said, much too loudly. "Yeah, I try to, anyway. What about you?" "I come every now and again. My boyfriend didn't like these movies, but we broke up, so I plan on coming out more often now." I was trying to be casual, but failing. "Oh, well, that's cool. Not that you guys broke up, I just meant that you'd be able to come out more often." She laughed again. I tried to recover. "So are you coming the week after next? Supposed to be showing Day of the Dead. It's really cool." "Yeah, I'll be there." She smiled, and I was about to suggest that maybe we could sit together when she quickly closed the space between us and hugged me. "It was really good to see you," she said, with her arms around me. I was trying to think of what to say when I realized the biggest problem was that I'd forgotten how to talk. Luckily, Ryan, who I could hear approaching from the hallway, came in and spoke to me. "Dude, you know the movie's over, right? Let's get out of..." Oh, okay." Veronica let go and said that she'd see me next time. She was played out of the room by the porno music that Ryan was making with his mouth. I was furious, but it dissipated as soon as I heard Veronica laugh in the lobby. Day of the Dead couldn't come soon enough. Ryan's family was going out of town, so he wouldn't be able to drive us, and none of my other friends had cars. A couple of days before the movie, I asked my mom if she could take me. She responded almost immediately by denying my request, but I persisted, and she picked up on the desperation in my voice. She asked why I wanted to go so badly, since I'd seen the movie before, and I hesitated before saying that I was hoping to see a girl there. She smiled and asked playfully if she knew the girl, and I reluctantly told her that it was Veronica. The smile dissipated from her face, and she coldly said no. I decided that I would call Veronica to see if she could pick me up. I had no idea if she still lived at home, but it was worth a try. Then I realized that Josh might answer. I hadn't talked to him in nearly 3 years, and if he answered, I obviously couldn't ask to talk to his sister. I felt guilty for calling to speak with Veronica and not Josh, but I dismissed that feeling pretty quickly. Josh hadn't called me in years either. I picked up the phone and dialed the number that was still embedded in my muscle memory from having dialed it so often all those years ago. It rang a couple of times before someone picked up. It wasn't Josh. I felt a mixture of both relief and disappointment. I realized in that second that I really missed Josh. I would call after this week and talk to him, but This was my only chance to see if Veronica could or would take me with her if I asked. The person told me that I had dialed the wrong number, though. I repeated the number back to her, and she confirmed it. She said they must have changed their number, and I agreed. I apologized for the disturbance and hung up. I was suddenly intensely sad because now I couldn't contact Josh. Even if I had wanted to, I felt terrible for having been afraid that he might answer the phone. He had been my best friend. I realized that the only way I could be put back in touch with him was through Veronica. So now, not that I needed one, I had another reason to see her. I told my mom the day before the movie that I was no longer concerned with going, but I was hoping that she could drop me off at my friend Chris's house. She relented and dropped me off that Saturday, a couple of hours before the movie. My plan was to walk from his house to the theater, since he only lived a half a mile away. They went to church early on Sundays, so his parents would go to sleep early Saturday night, and Chris was fine with not coming with me since he had planned on chatting with the girl he had met online. He said that the walk back to his house would be even lonelier after she laughed in my face when I tried to kiss her, and I told him not to electrocute himself when he tried to have sex with his computer. I left his house at 11:15. I tried to pace myself so I'd get there a little before the movie. I was going by myself, so I didn't want to just hang around there waiting. On the way to the theater, I figured that if Veronica showed up at all, it would be too lucky for us to arrive at the same time, so I debated whether I would wait outside or just go in. Both had its pros and cons. As I thought about it, I noticed that the steady stream of streaking car lights that had been overtaking me had been replaced by a single constant spotlight that refused to pass. The road wasn't illuminated by streetlights, so I was walking in the grass with the road about 2 feet to my left. I stepped a little more to my right and craned my neck over my shoulder to see who was behind me. A car had stopped about 10 feet behind me. All I could see were the violently bright headlights that were cutting through the otherwise Stygian surroundings. I thought that it might be one of Chris's parents. Maybe they had come to check in on us and seen that I was gone. It wouldn't have taken much pressing for Chris to confess. I took one step towards the car, and it broke its pause and started driving towards me at a slow pace. It passed me, and I saw that it wasn't Chris's parents, or any car that I recognized for that matter. I tried to see the driver, but it was too dark, and my pupils had shrunk when faced with the blinding lights from the car just a moment ago. They adjusted enough so that I could see a tremendous crack in the back window of the car as it drove away. I didn't think much of the whole affair. Some people find it fun to scare other people. I'd often hid around corners and jumped out at my mom, after all. I timed it just right and got there about 10 minutes before the movie. I had decided to wait outside until around 11:57, since that would give me time to find her inside if she was already in. As I was considering the possibility that she might not show up, I saw her, but she was alone, and she was so beautiful. I waved to her and walked to close the distance. She smiled and asked if my friends were already inside. I said that they weren't and realized that that must seem like I was trying to make this a date. She didn't seem bothered by that, nor was she bothered when I handed her the ticket that I'd already bought. She looked at me quizzically, and I said, "Don't worry, I'm rich." She laughed, and we went inside. I bought us popcorn and a couple of drinks, and spent most of the movie debating whether or not I should time reaching my hand into the popcorn bucket, so, we could touch hands. She seemed to enjoy the movie, and before I knew it, it was over. We didn't linger in the theater, and because it was a midnight show, we couldn't loiter in the lobby either, so we walked outside. The parking lot of the theater was pretty big. It was connected to a mall that had gone out of business a long time ago. Not wanting the night to be over yet, I continued the conversation while casually walking towards the old mall. As we were about to round the corner and leave the theater out of sight, I looked back and saw that her car wasn't the only one left in the parking lot. The other one had a large crack in the back window. My uneasiness became understanding. That makes a lot of sense. The driver of the car works here, or must have figured I was on my way to the movie. Injecting a little real horror into the life of a horror fan seemed like an obvious move. We walked around the mall and talked about the movie. I told her that I thought Day of the Dead was better than Dawn of the Dead, but she refused to agree. I told her how I had called her old number and about my dilemma about who might answer the phone. She didn't find it as funny as I did now, but she took my phone and put her number into it. She commented that it might be the worst cell phone she'd ever seen. Her evaluation wasn't rescinded when I told her that I couldn't even receive pictures on it. I called her so that she'd have my number, and she programmed it in. She told me that she was graduated, but she hadn't done well in school so far that year, so she wasn't sure if she was even going to college. I told her to attach a picture of herself to the application, and they'd get her in right away. She didn't laugh at that one, and I thought she might be offended. She might have thought I was implying that she couldn't get in on her own intelligence. I nervously glanced at her, and she was just smiling, and even in the poor light, I could see that she was blushing. I wanted to hold her hand, but I didn't. As we walked down the final side of the mall, back around to the theater, I asked her about Josh. She told me that she didn't want to talk about it. I asked her if he was at least doing all right, and she said, I don't know. I figured Josh must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and started getting into trouble. I felt bad. I felt guilty. As we approached the parking lot, I noticed that the car with the cracked back windshield was gone, and that her car was now the only one in the parking lot. She asked me if I needed a ride, and even though I really didn't, I said I'd appreciate it. I had drunk my whole soda during the movie, and all that walking was putting pressure on my bladder. I knew that I could wait until I got back to Chris's, but I had decided that I was going to try to kiss her when she dropped me off, and I didn't want this biological nagging to rush me out of the car. This would be my first kiss. I could think of no ruse to conceal what I needed to do. The theater had long closed, and I only had one option. I told her I was going to go behind the theater to piss, but that I'd be back in 2 shakes. It was obvious that I thought this was hilarious, and she seemed to laugh more at how funny I found it than how funny it actually was. On the way towards the theater, I stopped and turned toward her. I asked her if Josh had ever told her about a kid named Alex, and that he had done something nice for me. She paused to think about it for a moment and said that he had. She asked why I had said anything about it, but I said it was nothing. Josh really was a good friend. When I went to go behind the theater, I realized that there was a chain-link fence extending off and running parallel to the wall of the building. From where I was standing, she could still see me, and the fence seemed to stretch on endlessly. I thought I might just hop it and duck out of sight and return as quickly as I could. It may have been too much of an effort, but I thought it polite. I climbed the fence and walked just a little ways until I was out of sight, and I took my piss. For a moment, the only sounds were the crickets in the grass behind me and the collision of liquids on the cement. These sounds were overpowered by a noise that I can still hear when it's quiet, and there's no other noise to distract my ears. In the distance, I heard a faint screeching which quickly subsided, only to be replaced by a cascade of thunderous vibrations. I realized quickly enough what it was. It was a car. The growling of the engine got louder, and then I thought, no, not louder, closer. As soon as I realized this, I started back towards the fence, but before I could get very far, I heard a brief scream that cut off far too soon, and the roar of the engines terminating in a deafening thud. I started running, but after only 2 or 3 steps, I was tripped by a loose piece of stone, and I fell hard and fast onto the concrete, my head striking the corner of a chair as I fell. I was dazed for about 30 seconds, but the renewed rumbling of the engine drew my senses back, and my equilibrium was restored by the adrenaline. I redoubled my efforts. I was worried that whoever had crashed the car might be harassing Veronica. As I was climbing over the fence, I saw that there was only one car left in the parking lot. I didn't see any evidence of a crash. I thought that I might have misjudged its direction or proximity. As I ran towards Veronica's car, and as my orientation changed, I saw what the car had hit. My legs stopped working almost completely. It was Veronica. Her car was sitting between us, and as I closed the distance and walked around it, she came into full view. Her body was twisted and crumpled like a discarded figure meant to represent a catalog of things the human body cannot do. I could see the bone of her right shin cutting through her jeans. Her left arm was wrapped so hard around the back of her neck that her hand fell on her right breast. Her head was craned back and her mouth hung widely open towards the sky. God, there was so much blood. As I looked at her, I actually found it hard to discern whether she was lying on her back or her stomach, and this optical illusion made me feel sick. When you're confronted with something in the world that simply doesn't belong, your mind tries to convince itself that it's dreaming, and to that end, it provided me with the distracting sense of all things moving slowly, as though through sap. In that moment, I honestly felt that I would wake up any minute. But I didn't wake up. I fumbled with my phone to call for help, but I had no signal. I could see Veronica's phone sticking out of what I thought was her right pocket. I had no choice. Trembling, I reached for her phone, and as it slid out, she moved and gasped for air so viciously that it might have seemed as if she were trying to breathe in the whole world. This startled me so much that I staggered back and fell onto the asphalt, her phone still in my hands. She was trying to adjust her body to get it into a natural position, but with each spasm and jerk, I could hear the cracking and grinding of her bones. Without thinking, I scrambled over to her and put my face just over hers. Veronica, don't move. Don't move, okay? Just stay still. Don't move. Please, just don't move. I kept saying it, but the words started to fall apart as the tears came streaming down my face. I opened her phone. It still worked. It was still on the screen where she had saved my number, and when I saw that, I felt my heart break a little. I dialed 911 and waited with her, telling her that she'd be okay, and feeling guilty for lying to her every minute that I said it. When the sound of sirens tore through the air, she seemed to become more alert. She'd remained conscious since I found her, but now more of the light was coming back into her eyes. Her brain was still protecting her from the pain, though it looked as if it was finally allowing her to become more aware that something was terribly wrong. Her eyes rolled over to mine and her lips moved. She was struggling, but I heard her. Picture. My picture. He took it. I didn't understand what she meant, so I said the only thing I could. I'm so sorry, Veronica. I rode with her in the ambulance, where she finally lost consciousness. I waited in the room they had reserved for her. I still had her phone, so I put it with her purse and called my mom from the hospital. It was about 4 a.m. I told her that I was fine, but that Veronica was not. She cursed at me, and she said that she'd be right there. But I told her I wasn't leaving, not until Veronica was out of surgery. She said she'd come anyway. My mom and I didn't talk much. I told her I was sorry for lying, and she said that we'd talk about it later. I think that had we talked more in that room, if I had just told her about boxes or the night with the raft, if she had just told me more about what she knew, I think that things would have changed. But we just sat there in silence. She told me that she loved me, and that I could call her whenever I wanted her to come get me. As my mom was leaving, Veronica's parents rushed in. Her dad and my mom exchanged a few words that appeared to be quite serious, while Veronica's mom talked to the person at the desk. Her mother was a nurse, but didn't work at that hospital. I'm sure that she had tried to get Veronica transferred, but her condition was prohibitive. While we waited, the police came in and talked to each of us. I told them what had happened. They made some notes, and then they left. She came out of surgery, and 90% of her body was covered in a thick white cast. Her right arm was free, but the rest of her was bound like a cocoon. She was still under, but I remember how I felt when I had my cast before kindergarten. I asked the nurse for a marker, but I couldn't think of anything to write. I slept in a chair in the corner and went home the next day. I came back every afternoon for several days. At some point, they had moved another patient into her room and set up a screen around Veronica's bed to act as a partition. She didn't seem to be feeling better, but she had more moments of lucidity. But even during those periods, she didn't really talk. Her jaw had been broken by the car, so the doctors had wired it shut. I sat with her for a while, but there was nothing much I could say. I got up and walked over to her and kissed her on the forehead, and she whispered through her clenched teeth, "Josh." This surprised me a little, but I looked at her and said, "Has he not come to see you?" "No." I found myself really irritated. Even if Josh had been getting into trouble, he could have come and seen his sister, I thought. I was about to express this when she said, "No, Josh, he ran away. I should have told you." I felt my blood turn to ice. When? When did that happen? When he was 13. Did he leave a note or something? On his pillow. She started crying, and I followed her, but I think now we were crying for different reasons that even I didn't realize. At this point, there were a lot of things I didn't remember about my childhood. There were a lot of connections I hadn't yet made. I told her I had to go, but that she could text me anytime. I got a text from her the next day, telling me not to come back. I asked why, and she said that she didn't want me to see her like that again. I agreed begrudgingly. We texted each other every day, though I kept this from my mom because I knew that she didn't like me talking to Veronica. Usually her texts were fairly short, and mostly only in response to more lengthy texts that I would send her. I tried calling her once. I was sure that she was screening her calls, but I hoped that I could hear her voice. She picked up but didn't say anything. I could hear how labored her breathing was. About a week after she told me not to come and see her anymore, she sent me a text that read, "I love you." I was filled with so many different emotions, but I responded by expressing the most prevalent one, "I love you too." She said that she wanted to be with me, and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that she had been released from the hospital and was convalescing at home. These exchanges carried on for several weeks, but every time I asked to come see her, she would just say, "soon." I kept insisting, and the following week she said that she thought she might be able to make it to the next midnight movie. I couldn't believe it, but she insisted that she would try. I got a text from her that afternoon saying, "See you tonight." I got Ryan to drive me since Chris's parents had found out what had happened and said I wasn't welcome at their house anymore. I explained to Ryan that she might be in a bad way, but that I really cared about her, so to give us some space. He accepted that, and we headed down there. Veronica didn't show. I'd saved her a seat, and it was right next to the exit, so she could get in and out easily. But 10 minutes into the movie, a man slid into the chair. I whispered, "Excuse me, the seat's taken." But he didn't respond at all. He just stared ahead at the screen. I remember wanting to move because there was something wrong with the way that he was breathing. I forfeited because I realized that she wasn't coming. I texted her the next day, asking if she was all right, and inquired as to why she didn't show the previous night. She responded with what would turn out to be the last message that I would receive from her. She simply said, "See you again soon." She was delirious, and I was worried about her. I sent her several replies, reminding her about the movie and saying it was no big deal, but she just stopped replying. I grew increasingly upset over the next few days. I couldn't reach her at her home because I didn't know what the number was. I wasn't even sure where she lived. My mood became increasingly depressed, and my mother, who had been really nice as of late, asked me if I was okay. I told her that I hadn't heard from Veronica in days, and I felt all the warmth leave her. "What do you mean?" "She was supposed to meet me at the movies yesterday. I know it's only been 3 weeks since she got hit, but she said that she would try to come, and after that she just stopped talking to me altogether. She must really hate me." She looked confused, and I could read on her face that she was trying to tell if my mind had simply broken. When she saw that it hadn't, her eyes began to water, and she pulled me towards her, embracing me. She was beginning to sob, but it seemed too intense to be a reaction to my problem, and I had no reason to think that she particularly cared for Veronica. She drew in a shuddering breath and then said something that still makes me nauseous, even now. "Veronica's dead, sweetheart. I thought you knew. She died on the last day you visited her." "Oh, baby, she died weeks ago." She had completely broken down, but I knew it wasn't because of Veronica. I broke the embrace and staggered backwards. My mind was swimming. This wasn't possible. I'd just exchanged messages with her yesterday. I could only think to ask one question, and it was probably the most trivial I could ask. Then why was her phone still on? She continued sobbing, unable to answer. I exploded. Why did it take them so long to shut off her goddamn phone? Her crying broke enough to mutter, "The pictures." I would come to find out that her parents thought that her phone had been lost in the accident, despite the fact that I had put it in her purse the night that she was brought to the hospital. When they retrieved her belongings, the phone had not been among them. They intended to contact the phone company at the end of the billing cycle and deactivate the line, but they received a call informing them of a mass impending charge for hundreds of pictures that had been sent from her phone. Pictures that were all sent to my phone. Pictures that I never got because my phone couldn't even receive pictures. They learned that they were all sent the night after she died. They deactivated the phone immediately. I tried not to think about the content of those pictures, but I remember wondering for some reason whether I would have been in any of them. My mouth went dry, and I felt the painful sting of despair as I thought about the last message I had received from her phone. "See you again soon." On the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple of inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover my entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal out any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. I'd gotten really adept at cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through my shower, I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but I could feel the previously rigid plaster had become softer after absorbing the water. Because there's no way to effectively clean the area between your body and the cast, the dead skin that would normally have fallen away just sits there. When stirred by the moisture like sweat, it emits an odor. Apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture induced, because soon after I began to attempt to dry it, I was struck by the powerful stench of rot. As I continued to frantically rub it with a towel, it began to disintegrate. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a child could into my first day of school. I had sat with my mom, picking out clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking up my backpack. I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had the Ninja Turtles on it. I'd fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children that I hadn't even met yet friends. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that surely I wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out, while working to preserve the rest of the cast. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers of a bar of soap and slid them into the cast, and then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to camouflage the rancid smell inside of it with a more pleasing one. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and I was shoehorned into one of the groups. I wasn't made very clear on what the guidelines of the activity were, and within about 5 minutes, I'd violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. I'd brought a marker to school in hopes that I could collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's, and I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put markers in my pocket this morning. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, but some of the tables were off limits, so I didn't have to sit alone. I was self-conscious, picking at the fraying ends of my cast, when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew a little bit angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I didn't look up from my arm, and I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone, but before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too." "I like Michelangelo. He's the coolest," he said, while miming nunchuck moves. I was in the middle of my rebuttal by saying that Raphael was my favorite when he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and onto his lap. I tried hard to stifle a laugh since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny, 'cause he started laughing too. Suddenly, I didn't feel so bad about my cast, and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. Just then, I tried my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" As I pulled out the markers, he asked how I had broke it. I told him that I'd fallen out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood, and he seemed pretty impressed. I watched him laboriously draw his name, and when he was done, I asked what it said. He told me it said Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. I helped him with his handwriting, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you're only 5 is Actually more difficult than you might remember. The day we launched our balloons, we had such a good time that I asked if Josh wanted to come to my house the next day to play. He said he did, and that he'd bring some of his toys. I said that we could also go exploring and maybe swim in the lake. When I got home, I asked my mom, and she said that'd be fine. My enthusiasm was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers, and we exchanged them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that my mom would pick up Josh and myself from school on Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. The fact that we lived so close made things much easier on our parents, who seemed to work constantly. When my mom and I moved across the city at the end of first grade, I was sure that our friendship would be at an end. As we drove away from the house that I'd lived in my whole life, I felt sadness that I knew wasn't about the house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But Josh and I, to my delight, stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on the weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew up. Our personalities coalesced, our sense of humor compensated each other, and we found that we had started liking new things independently. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mom. One would think that the thing that most likely drove two young friends apart would be outside of our control. However, I think the catalyst of our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. The next weekend, I invited Josh over to my house, in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses, but he said he wasn't really feeling up to it. We started seeing less and less of one another over the next year or so. It had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple of months. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we'd moved, so it wasn't a surprise party, since my mom had no idea who to invite. I told the handful of kids I'd become acquainted with and called Josh to see if he wanted to come. Originally, he said he didn't think he could make it, but the day before the party, he called me to say that he'd be there. I was really excited because I hadn't seen him in several months. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was surprisingly quiet. He hadn't brought me a gift, and he apologized profusely for it. I told him it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk on the phone every couple of days. I asked him what had happened to us. He looked up from staring at his shoes and just said, "You left." Just after he said that, my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang "Happy Birthday." There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a lot of cards since most of my extended family lived out of state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remembered that Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards that had been brought and thanked each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such a fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who had sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day so my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people they had never heard of. Most of the ones from my friends just had a few bucks in them, but the ones from my family members usually contained larger bills. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had a generic floral pattern on the face, and seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else, and they had recycled it for my birthday, because it was actually a little dingy. I appreciated the idea of a reused card, since I always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so the money wouldn't fall on the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was a message that had come printed in the card. I love you. Whoever had given me the card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple of times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me quizzically and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her and seemed amused as she showed it to my friends, looking at their faces, trying to discern who was playing a joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart, at least you know that 2 people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing, so it could have been any of them, but Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than the subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that he could kiss me later. We all laughed, and as I looked at Josh, I saw he wasn't smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be a winner, but you have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me, and I was feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, I had no need to suppress the laughter anymore. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been given. A pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on, show everyone." I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he had turned a sickly shade of gray. We locked eyes for a moment, and then he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk much, since our walkie-talkies had been broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but the feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories that I'd tried so hard to bury. While everyone was eating cake, I asked Josh who he had called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he'd called his dad to come and get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but I told him that I wished he'd hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put a hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you more often. Really, I will," he said. The conversation stagnated as we waited by my door for his dad. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort. His mood seemed suddenly bolstered by the idea that had struck him. He told me that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It'd take him a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I told him it wasn't a big deal, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said that he was just tired, that he hadn't been sleeping well. I asked him why that was as he opened the door in response to his dad's honking in the driveway. He turned back towards me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've just been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend. A couple of months later, he was gone. Over the past several weeks, the relationship between my mother and I has grown increasingly strained due to my attempts to learn details of my childhood. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures, and after the last conversation with my mother, I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She'd put so much energy into keeping me safe, physically and mentally, but I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were often protecting her emotional stability too. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there's still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough. After Joshua disappeared, his parents had done all they could to find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact the parents of all of Josh's friends to see if he was with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea where he might be. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking cases that had opened up about 6 years before. If Josh's mother's grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die at the hospital, but there's no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of their own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day, since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once after. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica was already dead. This was too much for her, and over the next couple of weeks, she became increasingly more unstable. She would often wander outside, yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home. There were several times her husband found her wandering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work and began taking construction jobs that were less well-paying so he could be closer to home. When they began to expand my old neighborhood again, about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for every position that was hiring. He was qualified to lead the build site, but he took a job as a laborer, helping to build frames and clean up the site or whatever else was needed. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns and repairing fences, anything that would keep him from traveling. They began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary to transform the land into inhabitable properties. Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot, and his job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work. On the third day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he'd drive over it, it would remain lower than all the other surrounding areas. Frustrated, he got off the machine to survey the area. He was tempted to simply pack more dirt into the depression, but he knew that that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years and knew that root systems from large trees had been recently cut down and would often decompose, leaving wetness in the soil that would manifest as wetness in the foundation above. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little more with his shovel, in case the problem was shallow and it could be fixed without needing a machine that would have to be brought over from another site. As my mother described the place, I knew I had been at that spot both before the soil had been broken and before it had been filled in again. I felt a tightness in my chest. He dug a small hole about 3 feet deep until his shovel collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel against it repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network, when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about half an hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket-covered box, about 7 feet long and about 4 feet wide. Our minds work to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strongly enough, our mind will forcefully reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding in the world. Up until the next moment, despite what all sense would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocating part of him understood what was supporting the weight, this man believed he knew his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 p.m. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. But what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. "Down here, now, son, please, God." When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly that it seemed like it might snap, and he was straining, staring straight ahead with his eyes that looked as lifeless as a shark's. He wouldn't respond to any of her words, and only reacted when she tried to gently take the shovel from him. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could still hear him muttering as she walked past him to look into the hole. She told me she wished that she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downward into that crater, and I told her that I knew what she was about to say and that she didn't need to go on. I looked at her face, and it was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. I realized that she had known this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. As a result, she never came up with a proper arrangement of words to describe what she had seen. And as I sit here, I'm met with the same difficulty of articulation. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to his. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and the stream of blood that had flowed through those lines had dried on his face after pooling and staining the wood around his head. His eyes lay half-lidded, facing straight up. She said by the look of him that he'd not been long dead, and thus time had not brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that were now etched on that face. She said it was as if he had fixed his gaze right on her, his open mouth offering an all-too-late plea for help. The rest of his body, however, wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh. And as my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he laid. He was holding Josh. His legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like vines in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still. As the sun passed through the trees, its light became reflective by something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell. When she saw what had caught the sun, her legs abandoned her, and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. She staggered backwards, gasping and trembling and colliding with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all those years. Josh's family never knew about the night that I had woken up in the woods. She knew now that she should have told them, but to tell them would have helped nothing. As she sat there, resting her back against Josh's dad's, he spoke. I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that her little boy... His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into the dirt that caked his hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment he stood up, still shuddering and lumbering towards the grave. With a final sob, he stepped down into the coffin. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled him out. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion. But the collar ripped, and the body fell back down on top of his son. You bastard! He grabbed the man by the shoulder and heaved him back until he was off of Josh, and sat awkwardly upright against the wall of the grave. He looked at the man and staggered back a step. Oh my God. Oh God, no. No, no, please God, no. In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse completely out of the ground, and they both heard the sound of glass rolling against the wood. It was a bottle. He handed it to my mother. It was ether. Oh, Josh, my boy, my baby boy, why is there so much blood? What did he do to you? As my mother looked at the man, who now lay facing upwards, she realized that she was facing the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. She had imagined him so many times, always evil, always terrifying. And the cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears. But as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined. This was just a man. As she looked at his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling, not the expected smile of a maniac from a film or a horror story, not the smile of a demon or the smile of a fiend. This was the smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. As she looked down from his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She was at first relieved when she realized that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, but this comfort was short-lived as she realized how wrong she was. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world of what had happened. They were alive. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in an attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh couldn't move him. I began to cry when I thought of how long he might have laid there. She looked through the man's pocket for some kind of identification, but she only found a piece of paper. On it was a drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were my initials. I'd like to think that she was remembering that part of the story inaccurately, but I'll never know for sure. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the piece of paper into her pocket. He kept muttering that his son's hair had been dyed. She saw that it had. It was now dark brown, and she noticed that he was dressed oddly. His clothes were all far too small. After Josh's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt, he began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. He heard a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folded piece of paper from Josh's pocket. He looked at it, but was vexed. Absently, he handed it to my mother, but she didn't recognize it either. I asked her what it was. She told me it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. He was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. I found myself strangely hoping that he hadn't been taken while exploring, as if that would have somehow mattered. She heard Josh's father grunt and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that he had used to find the spot, he put his hands on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back towards my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry." "It's not your fault. I did this." You can't think like that. There was nothing," he interjected flatly, almost with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, a guy approached me as I was cleaning up the site on the new development a block over. He asked me if I wanted to make some extra money, and because my wife was not working right then, I accepted. He told me that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company, but if I came about 5 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. I thought the guy was a sucker, since I knew clearing that lot was coming up, so someone would have had to do it anyway. But I needed the money, so I agreed. I didn't think he even had $100, but he put the bill in my hand, and I did the job for him that day. I've been so exhausted that I didn't think about it until after I was done. I didn't think about it until today, when I pulled that guy off my son." He pointed at the grave, and his emotions started to push through as he broke into a sob. "He paid me $100 so I would bury him with my boy." It was as if saying it aloud forced him to accept what had happened, and he collapsed onto the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say and stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime. She finally asked what he would do about Josh. "His final resting place won't be here. Not with this monster." As she looked back, when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon, but I don't know what soon means for us. I got in my car and just left. I understand now why the events of my childhood had stopped years ago. As an adult, I now saw the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than sequence. I thought about Josh. I loved him then. I love him even now. I miss him more now that I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him the last time I saw him. I thought about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They don't know about my connection to any of this, but I could never look them in the eye. I thought about Veronica. I'd only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I really loved her. I thought about my mom. She had tried so hard to protect me and was stronger than I would ever be. I tried not to think about the man and what he had done with Josh for more than 2 years. Mostly, I just thought about Josh. Sometimes I wish that he had never sat across from me that day in kindergarten, that I'd never known what it was like to have a true friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place, but that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place, made crueler still by man. There will be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It had been over for almost a decade, for everyone but me. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends.